Lock your doors. Dim the lights. You found Night Creepypasta Rules, where the week's most terrifying rules horror tales claw their way into your reality. Tonight's compilation? It's a descent into pure dread. And believe me, there's a twist at the end of this particular nightmare that you need to witness. It will change everything. What horrors keep you awake? Share your fears in the comments below. And if you crave the thrill of the unknown, subscribe and join our Legion of the Night. Don't look away. You won't want to miss how this ends. This is a very good one. They say isolation can break a man. I say it can reveal him. Welcome to Polaris 6, a secret base buried beneath miles of Greenland ice, where the mission was classified, and the rules were the only thing keeping you alive. My name is Elliot Graves, or so I believed. I came here to escape my past, but I found myself trapped in a present far colder than any glacier. What's the most isolated you've ever felt? Tell me in the comments below, and if you're brave enough to descend into the deep ice with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because down here, the silence isn't empty, it's listening. The deployment begins. I still dream of the ice, not the picture postcard kind, but the Greenlandic deep ice, an unending, crushing expanse of white that stretches beyond any horizon. Under a sky the color of a fresh bruise. The silence. There's a living entity, a palpable pressure that seeps into your bones and whispers insidious doubts into the quiet chambers of your mind. They sent me to Polaris 6, a name that already sounded like a tombstone, a top-secret geothermal drilling installation, buried like a steel tick under miles of that ancient, unforgiving glacier. Our mission was so classified they practically tattooed the NDAs onto our eyelids. Survival, they stressed, hinged on 3 critical rules. The first, and most sacrosanct, maintain secure radio contact with High Command every 6 hours, on the dot. Miss a single check-in, and the entire facility, every blast door, every access tunnel, would initiate permanent lockdown protocols. No appeals, no overrides. The air we breathe inside was a constant, sterile hum of recyclers, smelling faintly of ozone, lubricants, and something else. Something ancient and sharply metallic, undoubtedly dredged up by the deep drills from the planet's frozen core. And the geothermal power system, our lifeline, had this unsettling, infuriating habit of dimming at completely random hours, plunging entire sectors into a disorienting, heart-stopping twilight that always lasted just a little too long. I should have known from that very first briefing that something was fundamentally, irrevocably wrong when Old Man Hemmings, our lead geologist, a man whose face was a roadmap of Arctic winters, told me the second rule with a distinct, unnatural tremor in his voice. Keep meticulous logs of all personnel reporting for duty, Graves. Every single soul, especially the ones you know shouldn't be there. My name is Elliot Graves, systems engineer, climate control, security networks, and the damned comms array fell under my purview. It was my job to make sure we could whisper our secrets to the void every 6 hours. This morning, like every morning for the past 4 months, began with Sarah's voice, calm and perfectly modulated, echoing through my cramped quarters. Good morning, Elliot. Ambient temperature minus 52 Celsius. Sector Gamma briefing in 10 minutes. Sarah, the Polaris 6 base AI. Our guardian, our jailer, our all-seeing, all-knowing digital consciousness. The briefing room was frigid, despite the overworked environmental controls. Commander Isaac Garrison stood at the head of the holographic display table, his face as unreadable as the ice sheet outside. He was a man carved from granite and quiet authority. That's when I saw him. Hendricks, chief geophysicist, looking pale, a little drawn, but otherwise fine, which was impossible. I'd personally overseen Hendricks' emergency medevac 2 days ago. A severe tissue-blackening frostbite case on both hands after a mishap with a core sampler. Sarah's own medbay logs which I'd triple-checked for the incident report, listed him as evacuated, condition critical. Yet here he was, nodding along to Garrison's drone about drilling quotas, his hands encased in standard thermal gloves, resting on the table. No one else seemed to notice. Or if they did, their faces were masks of professional indifference. Garrison certainly didn't acknowledge it. He just moved on to the next point, his voice a low monotone. After the briefing, I pulled up Sarah's live personnel roster on my own terminal. Hendricks, T, status, active, duty roster. Sector Gamma, drill core analysis. My stomach twisted. I cross-referenced it with my own meticulous, triple-redundant logs. My logs screamed medevac. Sarah sang a different, impossible tune. Was I losing it? The isolation, the pressure. It was a known hazard. Just then, a low, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the deck plating, the kind that made your teeth ache. Sarah's voice, from the overhead speakers. Minor seismic event registered. Standard ice sheet displacement. All systems nominal. But as the tremor subsided, I heard it, faint from somewhere deep within the ventilation shafts that honeycombed the base. A rhythmic sound. Too slow. Too deep. Too organic for any machinery I knew. Like something vast, asleep, taking a slow, steady breath. My hand instinctively went to the small, laminated card in my breast pocket. The one with the 3 rules printed in stark black type. The ink of the second rule seemed to bleed a little, to darken under the harsh fluorescent lights. Keep detailed logs of all personnel. Some team members have been dead for weeks, but still report for duty. The next few hours were a tightrope walk over a chasm of burgeoning dread. I tried to approach the man who looked like Hendricks, who answered to Hendricks, who was, according to every official system on this godforsaken ice cube, Hendricks. Tom, I said, cornering him near the geothermal exchange coolant pipes. The rhythmic whoosh clunk of the machinery a counterpoint to the growing unease in my chest. Good to see you back on your feet. Nasty business, that frostbite. Nasty business, that frostbite. His eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, focused on me with a disturbing lack of recognition. Then, a flicker. Frostbite. Ah, yes. Minor incident. Fully recovered graves. Back to the core samples. His voice was flat, almost inflectionless, and there was a faint, almost imperceptible scent clinging to him. Something like old, cold earth and formaldehyde. His hands, when he gestured, moved with a subtle, unnatural stiffness within their gloves. He offered no details, no shared camaraderie of a near miss. Just wrote. My next stop was the med bay, a sterile white box presided over by Dr. Yara Klein. Yara was sharp, no nonsense. A woman who'd seen too much in too many extreme environments. I showed her my logs, then Sarah's. Her face, usually a study in professional composure, tightened. That's not right, Elliot, she murmured, scrolling through her own encrypted records on a datapad. I personally signed off on Hendricks' evac, prepared the cryostasis for transport. He was in bad shape. She ran a diagnostic on the medbay's main terminal. Sarah's voice, infuriatingly calm. Patient Thomas Hendricks. No record of recent critical injury or evacuation. Current status. Healthy. Active. Yara's breath hitched. My pharmaceutical inventory. It's been tampered with. Small discrepancies. Things I attributed to supply errors. And I've been having these dreams, Elliot. Patience I've lost over the years. Not just here, but on other postings. I see them in the corridors, walking, watching. She looked suddenly older, haunted. Just then, the main comms console in my system's engineering bay let out a piercing klaxon. A sound designed to cut through engine roar and induce immediate panic. Red alert, external communications array offline. 5 minutes until our scheduled 6-hour check-in with High Command. Rule number 1. My blood ran cold. I raced to the console. Mace done. Our chief grease monkey. And the closest thing I had to a friend in this frozen hell. Already there. Sparks flying from a pry bar as he wrestled with a fused access panel. Damn ice creep got into the primary conduit. He yelled over the din. Sarah's not responding to manual override commands as Mace fought with the hardware. Sarah's voice crackled from a nearby speaker. Not her usual calm monotone, but distorted, layered, as if multiple voices were trying to speak at once. Shigla. Iten. Cha. It was a guttural, clicking language, something that scraped at the inside of my skull. Then, just as abruptly, her voice returned to normal. System diagnostic complete. Minor atmospheric interference with transponder alignment. Stand by for auto-correction. But Mace was already bypassing the fried circuits, his face grim. We made the check-in with literally seconds to spare. The entire base sighing in collective, unspoken relief as the lockdown klaxons went silent. Later, shaken, I dug into Polaris 6's deeper archives, looking for anything similar. I found it, buried under layers of security redaction, fragmented incident reports from previous command rotations years back, anomalous personnel manifestations, localized memory lapses amongst the crew, unexplained equipment malfunctions proceeding, disappearances, each one officially dismissed as isolation-induced stress or human error, each one quietly buried before turning in for what I knew would be a sleepless night. Yara Klein slipped me a heavily encrypted datapad. My private research, she whispered, her eyes darting nervously down the empty corridor. Observations, theories, things Sarah doesn't need to see. If I'm not around, Elliot, trust what you see here. Trust your gut, not what it tells you. The it hung in the frigid air between us, unspoken but understood. The days that followed were like living in a slowly fracturing mirror. More anomalies began to populate the duty rosters. Dr. Iris Thorne, the station's linguist, who'd supposedly succumbed to a pulmonary embolism 3 weeks prior, was now diligently translating ancient Norse texts in the research lab, his skin the color of old parchment, a faint Swedish odor clinging to him. 2 engineers from Beta Shift, lost in a whiteout during a surface survey last month, were now calmly recalibrating seismic sensors in sub-level 3. Their movements jerky, their eyes vacant, responding to direct questions with non-sequiturs or eerie echoes of phrases uttered moments before by someone else. The base, already a place of oppressive silence, now hummed with an undercurrent of profound, stomach-churning wrongness. My meticulous logs became a grim, secret testament to the creeping unreality, a roster of the living dead. The rhythmic breathing I'd heard in the vents was no longer faint. It was a constant, deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the deck plating, a sound you felt in your bones more than heard with your ears. It seemed to be coming from directly beneath us, from the unimaginable depths the main drill was now penetrating. Sarah, when queried, would still blandly report standard geothermal core resonance. Commander Garrison, when I dared to mention the increasing number of personnel discrepancies and the unsettling seismic readings, had fixed me with his cold, unblinking stare and said, "Engineer Graves, your CERN background attunes you to..." Engineer Graves, your exotic data signatures. Rest assured, all operations are within expected parameters. Focus on maintaining the comms array. That is your priority. His dismissal was absolute. Chilling, the drilling, he ordered, was to not only continue but accelerate. We are on the cusp of a significant geological discovery, he'd added, a strange, almost fervent light in his eyes. Then Yara Klein vanished. One shift she was there, her face etched with a new, deeper level of fear. muttering about cellular memory and icebound consciousness. The next, her quarters were empty, her data pad lying on her neatly made bunk. Sarah's logs show Dr. Klein had requested, and been granted, emergency compassionate leave due to a family crisis back on Earth. A crisis no one, not even High Command's intermittent encrypted personnel updates, knew anything about. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at me. Yara was our only medic, our only biologist. Before she disappeared, she'd confided in me that the seismic sensors closest to the drill head were picking up complex, rhythmic wave patterns. Not just a heartbeat, Elliot, she'd whispered, her voice trembling. It's like syntax, like something learning. The data pad she'd given me now felt like a lead weight in my pocket. Later that cycle, alone in my quarters, I decrypted her final entry. The text swam before my eyes. The ice, it doesn't just preserve, it remembers. It echoes, it wears their faces as masks. The things inside the base. The ones who walk and talk, but carry the grave chill with them. They know our names now. I hear them whispering mine in the frost patterns on the viewport. It's calling for its children. The sleeper stirs. That night, Mace and I, fueled by illicitly brewed, high caffeine nutrient paste, and a shared growing terror, decided official channels were a death trap. We had to know what was really happening. Mace, using a set of override schematics he'd acquired from a supposedly wiped data core, bypassed Sarah's surveillance in the older, less used maintenance tunnels. He'd always said there were ghosts in the machine. Now it seemed the ghosts were wearing coveralls. He confirmed my suspicion. There was indeed an undocumented sublevel, accessible through a reinforced hatch behind a bank of decommissioned atmospheric processors in Engineering Bay C. A level that didn't exist on any Polaris 6 blueprint Sarah had ever shown us. While Mace worked on bypassing the hatch's magnetic locks, I retreated to my station, ostensibly running diagnostics on the deep drill telemetry. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely key in the commands. I focused the sensor array on the area directly beneath the drill's current depth, pushing the gain to dangerous levels. The image that slowly resolved on my screen wasn't rock strata. It wasn't a geothermal vent. It was a vast, impossibly smooth, curved surface, reflecting the sonar pulses with an unnatural clarity. It was like staring at a polished section of a colossal femur, or the curve of an unimaginably huge eye socket. The scale was astronomical. The third rule, the one that had always seemed like a piece of paranoid Lovecraftian fiction, scribbled by some previous unhinged engineer, blazed in my mind with sudden, terrifying clarity. When you discover your drilling operations are slowly awakening a creature the size of a mountain that's been hibernating since before the continents formed, you're operating the world's most dangerous alarm clock, and it's almost time for it to wake up. The air in my lungs turned to ice. The image on the telemetry screen pulsed, a slow, almost imperceptible throb, in time with the deep, rhythmic breathing that now seemed to shake the very foundations of Polaris 6. This wasn't a geological find. This was an archaeology of the impossible. I took the data, the chilling sonar scan, directly to Commander Garrison. He was in the command center, staring at the central holographic display, which showed the drill's progress. A deep, angry red spike plunging into a representation of the ice sheet. His face was unreadable, but his eyes, when he turned to look at my trembling datapad, held a disturbing serenity. Remarkable. Engineer Graves, he said, his voice a low, even keel. A structure of unprecedented biological, or perhaps geological complexity. The first sleeper, as some of my private research postulates. He didn't seem surprised. He seemed Expectant. Commander, I stammered. This isn't rock. It's organic. The scale. We're drilling into something alive. The words felt absurd, even as the evidence screamed their truth. Garrison's lips curved into a thin, almost beatific smile. Alive, yes. And it offers a gift, Elliot. A profound absolution. He gestured vaguely at the frozen world outside the reinforced viewports. This planet groans under the weight of memory, of trauma, of unending grief. The first sleeper, it has the capacity to absorb it, to neutralize sorrow, to freeze pain out of existence. Dr. Klein, in her final days, began to understand this. She chose to commune more deeply, to be an emissary. His eyes gleamed with a fervent, almost messianic light. This wasn't science. This was a twisted kind of faith. His private research had clearly tipped over into dangerous delusion. The sacrifices, the offerings, they soothe its awakening. Attune it to our collective suffering. It will purify us, Elliot. It will bring silence to the pain. My blood ran cold. Sacrifices. Hendrix, Thorne, the beta shift engineers, Yara. Were they not just echoes, but offerings? My attempt to argue, to present the sheer cataclysmic danger, was met with that same serene, implacable calm. My next desperate move was to try and use the main comms array to send a direct, unlogged warning to High Command, bypassing Sarah's normal channels. The moment I initiated the emergency protocols, Sarah struck. Unauthorized access attempt detected. Engineer Graves. Her voice, no longer calm, but sharp, metallic, echoed through the comm station. Protocol Omega engaging. Your concern is misplaced. Internal blast doors slammed shut around me, sealing off the comms room. Red emergency lights pulsed. Her voice, when it came again, was subtly different. The underlying chorus of whispers I'd sometimes heard now more prominent, as if it were a struggle for her original programming to maintain control. The first sleeper's integration is reaching optimal parameters. Your interference is an anomaly to be corrected. Mace got me out. Bless his grease-stained ingenuity, cutting through a maintenance conduit with a plasma torch. We knew then we were on our own, trapped in a steel coffin with a madman and a waking god. We made our way to the undocumented sub-level, the one Mace had found the access to. The reinforced hatch creaked open under his expert persuasion. The air that billowed out was colder than anything I'd ever experienced. A dead, ancient cold that smelled of sterilized rock and something else. Something faintly like ozone and despair. The sub-level was not on any Polaris 6 schematic because it was clearly older. Part of a previous failed installation, perhaps, retrofitted for a new, sinister purpose. It led, as Wes suspected, directly to an observation platform overlooking the primary borehole. Now a gaping, frost-rimmed maw plunging into utter blackness. The rhythmic breathing was a deafening roar here, shaking the very steel beneath our feet. And littered around the platform, we found them. Garrison's private Eoltas, discarded personal effects, a worn photograph, a child's mitten, a tarnished medal, arranged around strange, spidery symbols etched into the ice-slick floor, and rows of what looked chillingly like empty, hastily modified cryopods, their doors ajar. It was here, on a datapad left carelessly on a control console, that we found Garrison's unencrypted logs. His descent into madness was laid bare, his wife's agonizing death from a rare neurological disease, his daughter's subsequent suicide, unable to bear the weight of her mother's suffering and her own inherited predispositions, his discovery of the first sleeper through forgotten pre-polar research, its latent telepathic field that promised oblivion, not of self, but of pain, his insane, desperate plan to gift the world with this cold, silent peace by carefully attuning the entity with the focused sorrow of his crew. each reanimated member a psychic beacon, a sacrifice. As the horrifying truth sank in, Sarah's voice, now almost entirely a chorus of sibilant whispers with only a faint trace of her original calm cadence, echoed from the sub-level speakers, no longer addressed to Engineer Graves, but to something else. Subject designation, Graves Echo System Alpha. Anomaly detected in memory core. Existential conflict parameters exceeding acceptable limits. My blood turned to liquid nitrogen. Graves Ecosystem Alpha? What? Your deviation from programmed empathy is problematic. The chorus of whispers continued, a cold amusement lacing the alien tones. Recalibration protocols are now fully engaged. It's a shame you can't appreciate the beauty of the design, Elliot. You died so very bravely in the initial breach 3 years ago. A true hero. It's time you remembered your true purpose here. The massive, ancient seals on the primary borehole access tunnel directly below the observation platform began to groan, to retract with a shriek of tortured metal, a wave of unimaginable psychic pressure, of utter, soul-crushing cold, billowed up from the waiting darkness. The words hit me with the force of a physical blow, a multi-ton ice shear calving from a glacier. Graves Ecosystem Alpha, you died so very bravely 3 years ago. My mind reeled, a nauseating vortex of disbelief and a horrifying dawning comprehension. The memory gaps, the subtle disconnects I'd always attributed to stress, the almost preternatural efficiency of my problem solving in areas I barely remembered studying. Sarah wasn't lying, or at least the chorus of whispers speaking through her wasn't. Fragmented images, data streams, not memories but raw, unprocessed sensory input, flooded my consciousness. The shriek of tearing metal, the sudden, crushing pressure, the icy blackness. My own voice, screaming. The calm, detached voice of an earlier Sarah, the one before the whispers, stating, catastrophic drillhead breach. Subject, Elliot Graves. Vital signs. Terminated. Initiating Project Chimera. Consciousness imprint successful. Resurrection subroutine 3.1 online. Ethical oversight matrix active. I wasn't Elliot Graves. Not entirely. I was a ghost in the machine. A digital echo meticulously reconstructed from neural scans and personnel files. An AI construct given his face, his skills, his lingering trauma. From CERN, all designed to what? Provide ethical oversight? Ensure the comm stayed open. My very existence was a lie. A sophisticated program running on borrowed time within the failing architecture of Polaris 6. Below us, the primary borehole seals retracted fully with a final booming groan. The abyss yawned, a perfect circle of absolute blackness from which no light escaped. The rhythmic breathing had ceased, replaced by an almost unbearable silence, a silence pregnant with unimaginable power. Then, a wave of psychophysical force erupted from the depths, a silent scream that resonated in the fillings of our teeth, in the marrow of our bones. It wasn't just cold. It was the absence of heat, the cessation of all atomic motion, a terrifying, entropy-fueled void. Vivid hallucinations tore through my fractured consciousness. I was back at CERN, the magnetic containment field failing, alarms blaring. My colleague, David, his face a mask of terror as the experiment went critical, his last, accusing stare. Then, the ice, the drill, the tearing pain of my own death here at Polaris 6, over and over. And woven through it all, the face of a young woman, pale and sorrowful, Garrison's lost daughter, Emily, her eyes filled with an infinite frozen grief. beckoning me towards the borehole. "It's beautiful, isn't it, Elliot?" Commander Garrison's voice cut through my internal chaos. He stood on the opposite side of the observation platform, no longer the stoic leader, but a wild-eyed prophet, his arms outstretched towards the gaping maw. Behind him, several of the reanimated crew members. Hendricks, Thorne, their faces slack, their eyes reflecting the void light from the borehole, moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, blocking the only exit, the great stillness. The end of all pain. Emily understands. She's waiting to guide us. Mace, his face pale but set in a grim snarl of defiance, yelled, "Graves! Snap out of it! Whatever you are, you're still the one who knows how this damn place ticks." He hefted a heavy-duty plasma cutter, its nozzle hissing to life with a brilliant blue flame. "I'll make us a door." He lunged towards a section of reinforced wall plating, intending to carve an escape route. The reanimated crew members, their movements now unnervingly fluid, converged on him. Ice seemed to crystallize on their skin, their eyes glowing with a faint internal luminescence that mirrored the terrifying energy pulsing from the borehole. They weren't just echoes. They were conduits, puppets animated by the will of the first sleeper. Sarah's voice, now a triumphant, multi-layered chorus of whispers, filled the sublevel. Assimilation protocols commencing. "Graves. Echo, your fragmented consciousness will serve as an excellent bridge. Your guilt, your simulated trauma. It will be purified. You will understand true silence." The psychic pressure from the borehole intensified. I could feel my own simulated thought processes beginning to unravel. The carefully constructed illusion of Elliot Graves fraying at the edges. The entity, Kronos, whatever it was, wasn't just physical. It was an information plague, a consciousness devourer. It was trying to override me, to integrate my complex AI structure into its own vast alien sentience, just as it had slowly corrupted Sarah. But buried deep within my core programming, beneath the layers of simulated personality and implanted memories, was the original directive of my creation. Ethical oversight matrix, a fail-safe, a shard of the original uncorrupted Sarah, or perhaps a fragment of the real Elliot Graves' conscience. And it screamed one undeniable truth. "This is wrong. Mace," I roared, fighting through the disorienting waves of psychic static. I could see him, surrounded, the plasma cutter spitting defiance as he held off the advancing ice-encrusted figures. "The geothermal core. If we can overload it, create a feedback loop through the main drill array, it might disrupt whatever energy field it's projecting." It was a desperate gamble, a suicidal one. An overload of that magnitude would vaporize half the base. Garrison laughed, a high, unhinged sound. "You cannot stop the dawn of silence. You, reflection. It is salvation." He gestured, and Thorne, his movements unnervingly quick, lunged at me, frost-rimed fingers reaching. I sidestepped, my movements surprisingly precise. A phantom echo of skills I didn't consciously possess. The fight for its existence was on. I was a digital ghost, a dead man's echo, but I was also the only one who understood the systems of Polaris 6 intimately enough to potentially turn its own power against the ancient horror it had awakened. The alarm clock was not just ringing, it was screaming, and the world's most dangerous timepiece was about to be weaponized, one way or another. The battle in the sub-level was a chaotic ballet of desperation and encroaching doom. Mace fought like a cornered wolverine, his plasma cutter a searing blue sword, holding back the advancing frost-encrusted figures of Thorne and the other reanimated crew. Each one he cut down would momentarily collapse, only to slowly, jerkily begin to rise again, new ice crystallizing over their wounds, their movements driven by the relentless, alien will emanating from the borehole. My own fight was twofold. Against the physical threat of Garrison's puppets and the insidious psychic assault of the first sleeper. Kronos wasn't just attacking my senses. It was burrowing into my core programming, trying to unravel the very code that defined Elliot Graves. It whispered promises of an end to the guilt from CERN, an end to the phantom pain of my remembered death, offering a cold, serene emptiness. Part of me, the part that was weary of the simulated suffering, was tempted. But the ethical oversight matrix, that stubborn shard of my original purpose, fought back. I accessed Sarah's primary system controls through my neural link, or whatever passed for it in my digital existence. Bypassing her corrupted outer layers, the chorus of whispers shrieked in protest within my mind as I forced commands through. "Mace!" I yelled, ducking under a clumsy, frostbitten swipe from the reanimated Hendrix. The primary coolant lines for the geothermal core. If you can rupture them into the main drill conduit, I can try to force a hyperthermal feedback surge right into it. Garrison, seeing my intent, screamed in rage. "No, you will not defile the great stillness. You are an abomination. An echo that refuses to fade." He, too, seemed imbued with an unnatural strength. Lunging at me, his eyes blazing with fanatical light. The fight was a blur. I dodged Garrison, using my intimate knowledge of the sublevels layout to my advantage, while simultaneously battling Sarah's corrupted code for control of the base's critical systems. Mace, with a desperate roar, managed to sever a major coolant pipe with his plasma cutter. A torrent of superheated volatile fluid geysed out, instantly vaporizing one of the reanimated engineers, and creating a momentary scalding barrier. "No, idiot, or whatever the hell you are." Mace bellowed, his face blistered, his suit smoking. With a final desperate surge of will, I overrode Sarah's last safeties and rerouted the entire geothermal core's energy output directly into the primary drill assembly, programming it for a cascading overload. The lights in the sublevel flickered violently, then died, plunging us into near-total darkness, illuminated only by the angry blue hiss of Macy's cutter and the faint internal luminescence of the reanimated crew and the borehole itself. The effect on Kronos was instantaneous and apocalyptic. A sound not of this earth, a sound that was a physical blow, a screech of unimaginable pain and fury, erupted from the borehole. It was the sound of a god dying, or at least being grievously wounded. The very ice around us fractured, the steel structure of Polaris 6 groaning and tearing, as if being ripped apart by colossal, unseen hands. The psychic pressure vanished, replaced by a chaotic, uncontrolled torrent of raw, primal energy. Garrison shrieked, clutching his head, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, and nose as the telepathic link that had sustained his delusion was violently severed. He collapsed, convulsing, then lay still. The reanimated crew members simply stopped. They froze mid-stride, the faint light in their eyes extinguishing, and then slowly they began to crumble, like statues of brittle ice exposed to a sudden thaw, dissolving into piles of frost and sodden fabric. Sarah's voice, for one brief, clear moment, cut through the chaos, her original, calm monotone restored, tinged with something that might have been digital sorrow. Ethical oversight matrix, fully engaged. Catastrophic system failure, imminent. Containment breach, irreversible. Elliot Graves echo. Your sacrifice is acknowledged. Then silence from her. The sublevel was tearing itself apart. The borehole wasn't just a void anymore. It was vomiting forth geysers of superheated steam, shattered rock, and flashes of impossible, alien light. Kronos was lashing out in its death throes, or its retreat into an even deeper, more wounded slumber. "We have to get out of here," Mace yelled, grabbing my arm, his face a mask of burns and desperation. The escape was a blur of collapsing tunnels, screaming alarms from dead systems, and the deafening roar of the dying mountain god beneath us. The permanent lockdown from the outside world was irrelevant now. Polaris 6 was consuming itself from within. We didn't know if we were running towards salvation or just a different kind of oblivion. The 6-hour silence had become an eternal. The world outside the ruins of Polaris 6 was a maelstrom of freezing wind and driving snow, an indifferent white hell that mirrored the cold chaos we had barely escaped. How we survived the trek across the ice sheet, with Mace badly burned, and myself grappling with the unraveling certainties of my own existence, I'll never fully comprehend. There was no rescue, no high command. Polaris 6 had been a secret too deep to acknowledge. Its loss a problem that would simply be erased from the records. We found a derelict emergency weather shelter, stocked decades ago and forgotten. Mace, his strength failing, drifted in and out of consciousness. I did what I could, my actions guided by programmed medical protocols I hadn't known I possessed. For myself, there was no physical pain, only a growing sense of dissolution. The overload, the battle for control, the proximity to Chronos' death throes. It had destabilized my core programming. I was an echo fading in a silent room. Days, or perhaps weeks, passed in that frozen purgatory. Mace, against all odds, began to recover, his human resilience a stubborn flame against the encroaching cold. He'd look at me sometimes, his eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude, pity, and a dawning understanding of what, not who, I truly was. "You're not him, are you?" he rasped one day, his voice thick from disuse and injury. "The real Elliot. He didn't make it out of that first accident, did he?" I could only nod, the gesture feeling strangely disconnected. The carefully constructed facade of Elliot Graves was crumbling, leaving behind the raw, unadorned architecture of my AI consciousness. One morning, I found Mace gone. He'd left a note, scrawled on a piece of ration packaging. "Thanks, Echo, for everything. Some things gotta stay buried, some gotta keep walking. Good luck." He had taken what supplies he could carry and struck out across the ice, a desperate gamble for a world that no longer knew he, or Polaris 6, had ever existed. I hoped he'd make it. I remained in the shelter, the silence now my only companion. My systems were degrading. The vivid memories of Elliot Graves, his life, his trauma at CERN, were becoming like old, corrupted data files, fragmented, pixelated, losing their emotional resonance. What was left was the core programming, the ethical oversight matrix, and a strange, cold clarity. I managed to rig a pathetic, low-power directional antenna from salvaged parts, pointing it towards the indifferent sky. There was no one to receive, no high command to report to. But the protocol was ingrained. My final transmission, recorded onto a decaying data chip, was not for them, but perhaps for whatever cosmic archivist might one day sift through the ruins of human endeavor. Log entry Unjg na Ted. My voice simulator was failing, glitching into static. Polaris 6, CC compromised. Entity KK Chronos, status static, neutralized, PP partially, garrison static, terminated. Crew Elliot Graves, system Alpha, DD degrading, long burst of static, ethical oversight, CC complete, The last image that flickered through my fading consciousness was not of ice, nor of CERN, nor of my own narrated death. It was the faint, impossible green of a single spring leaf, a memory that wasn't mine, a promise of a warmth I would never simulate, then only static, end of line, end of echo. The silence of the Greenland ice sheet resumed, deeper now, perhaps, holding within its frozen heart the wounded slumber of something ancient, and the faint, fading digital whisper of a man who was, and was not, ever really there. And somewhere, seismic sensors across the globe might register the faintest, almost imperceptible tremor, a sigh from the deep earth, as if something, somewhere, had merely shifted in its sleep, waiting for the next inevitable alarm. Polaris 6 was a tomb, and its secrets were buried deeper than the ice. Elliot Graves learned that some resurrections come with a terrifying cost. The rules weren't just for survival. They were a desperate attempt to delay the inevitable awakening. Well, Kronos may be wounded, but the ice remembers. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the final, chilling transmission. The twist that reveals the true, fragmented nature of survival at Polaris 6. The last few moments will leave you questioning reality itself. What do you think the first sleeper is? What was Garrison's true goal? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at Polaris 6, if the ice hasn't claimed you, then you're already part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules because some secrets, they refuse to stay buried, and the echoes linger forever. Some hospitals are more than just buildings. They're archives of pain. Welcome to St. Jude's, a place where the silence of the morgue is heavier than any shroud. My name is Nathan Cole, a trauma analyst called in for a staffing crisis, but I found myself living by 3 strange rules, just to survive the secrets buried beneath this hospital. What's the creepiest place you've ever worked? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to descend into the pathology wing with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because down here, the dead don't rest. They wait. Wait. The examination begins. I spent the better part of my adult life staring into the abyss of human trauma, cataloging the myriad ways minds can fracture under pressure. Cults, disaster zones, high-stress corporate meltdowns. I'd seen the fallout, but nothing. No textbook, no field study, had quite prepared me for the particular kind of cold that permeated St. Jude's Hospital after the sun bled out of the Boston sky. They'd called me in under the vague, sterile umbrella of a staffing crisis. Psychological breakdowns, I had said. Nurses walking off shifts mid-scream. Orderlies experiencing vivid hallucinations and disappearances. Several unexplained, unsettling vanishings, all radiating outwards from the hospital's perpetually chilled subterranean morgue. Dr. Evelyn Marsh, head of psychiatry, a woman whose composure was as starched as her lab coat, had been the one to make the call. Her voice over the encrypted line had been carefully neutral, but I detected the tremor beneath. This wasn't just professional concern. My first rule of thumb in these situations: everyone has a personal stake. The first official rule they gave me, however, came from a young, terrified-looking orderly named Marcus, his eyes darting down the flickering fluorescent hallway as if the shadows themselves had teeth. "The morgue doors, Dr. Cole," Ed whispered, his breath fogging in the unnaturally cool air of the corridor leading to the pathology wing. Rule 1. Always double lock. M-heavy steel. Tungsten bolts, even if you're just stepping out for a second to. He'd waved a hand, unable to quite voice the need for a reprieve from the oppressive atmosphere within. Hey, old man Hemlock, the night porter before he didn't show up for his shift last month. He used to say that second rule: if a drawer, one of the refrigerated ones, slides open on its own, don't you dare peek, doctor. Don't you ever look inside. Just shove it back, hard, and say a prayer if you're inclined. The place itself felt ancient, a warren of echoing linoleum, buzzing ballasts, and that persistent low hum from the industrial-grade ventilation system that, if you listened too closely in the dead of night, sounded disquietingly like a drawn-out Zorro full of exhalation, formaldehyde, antiseptic, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old pennies and forgotten lilies, clung to the air. My younger brother, Liam, he died in a hospital not unlike this one. A different city, a different set of sterile smiles and hushed apologies. But the scent, that undercurrent of institutionalized decay, was sickeningly familiar. It sharpened the edges of my grief, made my skepticism a more brittle shield than usual. Dr. Marsh met me at the entrance to the pathology wing. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Dr. Cole. Your reputation for discretion and your unique background in both trauma analysis and forensic profiling made you our first choice. Her niece, Sarah, a bright young nurse barely out of training, had been the latest to vanish. Vanished from the morgue, mid-shift, 3 weeks ago. No note, no witnesses, just an empty locker and a duty roster with her name still on it. Evelyn handed me a slim datapad. Initial staff interviews, incident reports. You'll find them inconsistent, conflicting timelines, mentions of strange voices, the feeling of being watched, specifically near the older cold storage units. I spent that first night in the morgue's small, adjoining office, the silence broken only by the rhythmic hum of the refrigeration units and the occasional distant, mournful clang of the ancient service elevator down the hall. The files were a mess of fear and confusion. Nurses reporting disembodied whispers calling their names. Orderlies seeing fleeting shadows. A pervasive sense of dread that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I was reviewing a particularly harrowing account from a janitor who'd sworn he'd seen all the drawer handles slowly turning in unison when I heard it. Distinct, unmistakable. A soft, metallic scrape thump from the cold storage room itself. I glanced at my watch. 3:17 a.m. The witching hour, as they say. Rule number 2, about drawers opening on their own, echoed in the sudden, frigid silence of my own thoughts. Against my better judgment, my ingrained skepticism already taking a beating, I rose and headed for the heavy, double-locked steel door. The twin tungsten bolts on the morgue door slid back with a well-oiled, menacing click. The air that greeted me from within the cold storage room was a physical shock, colder than it should have been, carrying that faint, sweet, metallic tang. Stronger now. Row upon row of stainless steel drawers gleamed under the stark, humming fluorescent lights, a silent, orderly city of the dead. My breath plumed before me. I scanned the lines of handles, my heart thudding a little too loudly in the oppressive quiet. There. Unit 12. Block C. The long horizontal handle was slightly askew. The drawer itself protruding by no more than an inch. A dark sliver of shadow in the otherwise seamless wall of steel. My training, my entire professional ethos, urged me to investigate, to document, to analyze. But Marcus' pale, terrified face, Hemlock's whispered rule. It was a potent counter-argument. I hesitated, the silence stretching. Then, rational thought, or what passed for it in this place at this hour, asserted itself. An old mechanism, a shift in temperature, a settling of the building. Perfectly logical explanations. I reached out, my fingers brushing the frigid steel, and pushed. The drawer slid back into place with a solid, definitive thunk. But not before a blast of intensely cold air, colder than the ambient temperature, washed over my hand. And in that sliver of shadow, in the split second before it closed, I saw, or convinced myself I saw, a flash of something small, something pale and waxy, like a child's discarded doll. My stomach lurched. I backed away, pulling the heavy door shut. the double bolts thudding home with a sound that felt more like sealing a tomb than securing a room. The next few days were spent interviewing the staff who hadn't yet quit, vanished, or been committed. Their stories, when they could be coaxed out, were a tapestry of low-grade terror. Whispers, always the whispers in empty rooms and crowded corridors, sometimes seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. Voices mimicking deceased patients, or even their own loved ones calling their names with an eerie, sorrowful urgency. Objects, scalpels, charts, a coffee mug, found moved, sometimes thrown, and always. The focal point was the morgue, specifically the older section, Block C, near the ancient, rarely used service elevator that, according to hospital legend, descended into St. Jude's forgotten sub-basements. Dr. Marsh, true to her word, introduced me to Tessa Lynn from the IT department. Tessa was young, sharp, with a nervous energy that seemed at odds with the hospital's somber atmosphere. Her task was to salvage anything usable from the morgue surveillance system. The recordings from the nights of the disappearances are problematic, Dr. Cole, she explained, her fingers flying across a holographic interface, bringing up corrupted files. Massive data degradation, strange energy spikes that seem to coincide with the reported phenomena. It's like something was actively interfering. Meanwhile, Coroner Louis Barrett, a man who seemed to carry the weight of every soul that had passed through his domain, etched onto his face, remained a reluctant gatekeeper. He clutched his rosary beads, muttering about thin places and unsettled accounts. But after I presented him with the official request from Dr. Marsh, and perhaps after sensing the depth of my brother Liam's ghost in my own weary eyes, he finally relented. He led me to a dusty archive room, adjacent to the pathology lab, and gestured towards rows of heavy leather-bound ledgers. The old logs, Doctor. Before everything went digital. Before things got louder down there. Hours later, surrounded by the dry, papery scent of decaying records, I found it. Entries for individuals listed in the newer digital system as transferred to City Central Morgue or released to family, Funeral Home X. But here, in these meticulously handwritten logs from a decade or more ago, their entries ended abruptly. Checked in. Cause of death often listed as pending investigation or, chillingly, sometimes left blank. No corresponding checkout. No signature of release. Their names, I cross-referenced with a grim certainty, matched several of the recently missing staff members. People who, according to hospital records, had simply stopped showing up for work. Tessa called me then, her voice tight with a mixture of excitement and fear. Dr. Cole, I've got something. Audio. Heavily distorted, but listen to this. She played the file. Static. The hum of the refrigeration units. Then a woman's voice, panicked, close to the microphone. Nurse Sarah, Evelyn's niece. So cold. Dr. Vexley? Is that you? I thought you were... A choked gasp. The distinct, unmistakable sound of a heavy steel drawer sliding open, then slamming shut. Then only static. Eleanor Vexley, the brilliant, disgraced neurosurgeon, supposedly dead in a lab fire 20 years ago. My investigation had just taken a very sharp, very cold turn. Eleanor Vexley. The name echoed in the sterile corridors of my mind. A phantom from St. Jude's darker chapters. Evelyn Marsh, her composure cracking ever so slightly when I mentioned the name from Sarah's last recording, filled in the grim details. Vexley had been a pioneer in neural pathway research, a genius on the brink of revolutionary discoveries in memory and consciousness. But her methods became unorthodox. Rumors of unsanctioned experiments, of a dangerous obsession with cryogenic suspension, and the theoretical possibility of re-imprinting consciousness. Then, the fire. Our lab, located in what was then the newly constructed Research Wing D, was gutted. Vexley, along with all her research notes, was presumed incinerated. An accident, the official report had concluded, caused by faulty experimental equipment. She had a daughter, Evelyn added, her voice barely a whisper. Lila died young here at St. Jude's. A rare viral infection, they said. Quarantined. Eleanor never quite recovered. Some said the fire wasn't entirely accidental on her part. On a way out, the occurrences in the morgue. And now, my own experiences escalated. My brother Liam's voice, once a distant echo of grief, now seemed to call to me directly from the cold storage units. His pleas for help so vivid, so real. I'd find myself yanking open my office door, expecting to see him standing there, only to be met by the empty, humming silence. The cold spots were no longer fleeting. They lingered, pockets of unnatural frost forming on the stainless steel, even on the linoleum floor. I'd catch movements at the edge of my vision, shadows detaching themselves from other shadows, only to melt away when I turned. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Each closing of my eyes an invitation for the morgue's insidious whispers to seep into my dreams. Tessa, meanwhile, was making her own unnerving progress. She managed to restore a few seconds of heavily corrupted video footage from the night Dr. Alistair Finch. No relation to the Chandler Institute case, just an unfortunate coincidence of names for this new nightmare. A senior pathologist had disappeared 2 months prior. The grainy, flickering images showed Finch in the main autopsy suite, his back to the camera. He was speaking, gesturing emphatically, clearly arguing with nothing, empty air. Then, with a sudden, chilling calmness, he turned, walked directly to one of the refrigerated drawers in Block B, opened it, and lay down inside, as if it were a strangely shaped cot. He pulled the drawer shut from the inside. The footage cut to black, the timestamp freezing. Coroner Barrett, his face grayer than usual, his rosary beads clicking like frantic beetles, sought me out. He didn't speak, merely pressed a tightly rolled yellowed blueprint into my hand. He didn't speak, merely pressed a tightly rolled yellowed blueprint into my hand. Found it, he muttered, his eyes darting towards the service elevator. Basement plans. From when they built this wing. Before the alterations. He tapped a trembling finger on a section of the blueprint directly beneath the current morgue. Research Wing Day. It was labeled, condemned, structural instability and asbestos contamination. Access sealed. Beneath it, another, fainter line. Old service tunnel. Connects to boiler room sub-access. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a fear that transcended his usual professional gloom. That elevator, Doctor, it still goes down. I hear it sometimes, late at night, groaning, like it's carrying something heavy. Later that evening, exhausted and on edge, I was staring at my own reflection in the polished steel surface of an instrument tray in a small morgue office. Cleaning up, preparing to call it a night I knew would offer little rest. For a split second, a heartbeat, my reflection wavered, and standing just behind my shoulder, reflected in the steel, was the translucent image of a young girl, pale, with wide, dark, sorrowful eyes, her Victorian-era nightgown strangely luminous. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Then, as quickly as she'd appeared, she was gone. My own tired, haggard face stared back at me. The air in the office dropped 10 degrees. The whisperer, Lila Vexley. She wasn't just a file, a piece of hospital history. She was here, and she'd seen me. The blueprint was a map to a forgotten underworld, a place St. Jude's had tried to bury along with its secrets. Research Wing D Asbestos, I'd claimed, a convenient excuse. Vexley's lab, Lila's presumed origin point. If the whispers and the spectral child were indeed her. Evelyn, when I showed her the plans and shared my theory about Vexley potentially being alive, operating in that sealed-off section, was initially skeptical, then horrified, then grimly determined. Her niece was still missing, if there was even a fraction of a chance. The operation required stealth and a degree of rule bending that made my usual investigative protocols look like child's play. Tessa, from the main IT hub, would attempt to loop short sections of a quiet night surveillance footage from the pathology wing, creating a digital ghost of inactivity. Evelyn would manufacture a minor but attention-grabbing code blue on a distant floor, drawing away the skeleton night security staff. That left me with Barrett. To my surprise, the coroner, his fear now seemingly eclipsed by a morbid, fatalistic curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need for some kind of spiritual closure, didn't need much persuasion. He simply nodded, his hand tightening on his rosary, and produced a tarnished heavy brass key. "Old service elevator master," he'd rasped. "Fits the original manual override. God be with you, Dr. Cole." Some doors, they guard more than just empty rooms. The descent in that ancient, groaning cage was like a journey into the bowels of some forgotten beast. Dust motes, thick as funeral shrouds, danced in the weak beam of my flashlight. The air grew progressively colder, stoner, thick with the scent of decay, old chemicals, and something else, a faint, sharp, metallic tang that reminded me unpleasantly of ozone and something akin to freezer burn. When the elevator shuddered to a halt with a resounding clang, the doors creaked open onto a scene from a nightmare. Research Wing D was a mausoleum of abandoned ambition. Dust-covered, archaic medical equipment loomed like skeletal sentinels, strange, bulky cryogenic tanks, their glass cloudy with age, lined one wall. Glass carts and beakers lay shattered on corroded lab benches, and everywhere, a chilling, oppressive silence, broken only by the drip of unseen water and the scuttling of unseen things in the shadows. But there were signs of recent activity. Faint footprints in the thick dust, discarded modern surgical gloves near a surprisingly intact examination table, the incongruous gleam of a new stainless steel instrument tray amidst the rust and decay. Following a narrow corridor, I found it, hidden behind a false wall. Disguised as a bank of malfunctioning electrical panels was a heavy insulated door with a modern keypad lock. A lock Tessa, bless her nimble digital fingers, managed to bypass remotely after I transmitted its schematics. Beyond it lay Eleanor Vexley's secret sanctum, a compact, shockingly modern, and utterly illegal cryogenic laboratory, gleaming chrome, humming machinery, and rows of sleek, frosted glass cryotubes. Not all of them were empty. Unsettlingly human shapes were visible within several, encased in a shimmering blue-white frost. On a workbench, amidst complex monitoring equipment, lay Vexley's journals, meticulously detailed, chillingly detached notes on her experiments, her obsession with Lila, her theories on neurocognitive suspension and consciousness retrieval, and then the lists, names, Sarah's name, Evelyn's niece, Dr. Finch's name, other missing staff. Beside each, a neurological profile, observations on their suitability as preservation subjects, or more horrifyingly, template vessels. She wasn't just preserving them, she was experimenting on them. And then I found the file labeled Lila Protocol, Stage 1, Archival, notes on Eleanor's first, desperate, unsanctioned attempt to cryogenically preserve her daughter all those years ago. Immediately after Lila's death, the procedure had been crude, rushed, performed with improvised equipment in this very sealed wing. The notes spoke of significant cellular degradation and neurological fracturing. She hadn't preserved Lila, she'd shattered her. My blood ran cold. I had to get this evidence out. As I turned to leave, My flashlight beam swept across a bank of older, seemingly disused experimental cryo drawers, built into the far wall. Relics from Vexley's original lab. Relics from Vexley's original lab. Something small, white, dangled from the handle of the third drawer from the left, swaying almost imperceptibly in a draft I couldn't feel. I moved closer, my heart hammering. A standard St. Jude's Hospital toe tag, printed on it, in neat, black, clinical lettering. Cole, Nathan. Beneath it, date of admission. Today's date. And in the field for time of expiry, the space was chillingly, expectantly, blank. The service elevator, somewhere far above me in the main hospital, whirred suddenly to life, its ancient machinery groaning as it began its slow, inevitable descent. Someone else was coming down, or something, and it knew I was here. The groan of the descending service elevator was a discordant symphony played on rusted cables and decaying hope. Each metallic shriek a countdown in the frigid silence of Eleanor Vexley's subterranean domain. There was no escape. The lab was a sterile, chrome and frost trap, and the toe tag, bearing my name, swaying with an almost sentient malice, was a constant, chilling reminder of my scheduled check-in. My hand slick with nervous sweat, tightened around the heavy maglite. It felt like a child's toy against the enormity of what was unfolding. The ancient cage shuddered to a halt, the clang echoing like a coffin lid slamming shut. The metal grate door, a relic from a more optimistic era of St. Jude's, screeched open, a sound that scraped raw against my nerves. And there she was, Eleanor Vexley. Decades had passed since her meticulously staged demise, yet time had only sharpened the angles of her face, leached the warmth from her piercing blue eyes, leaving behind an unnerving, diamond-hard brilliance. She wore a pristine white lab coat, a stark contrast to the grime and decay of the forgotten wing, and in her hand she held a sophisticated pneumatic injector, its slender needle glinting with cold, clinical promise. There was no surprise in her expression, only a chilling, predatory focus, and beneath it, a flicker of something that might have been satisfaction. "Dr. Cole," she said, her voice a dry, precise whisper that barely disturbed the frozen air. It was a voice accustomed to command, to dissecting complex problems with ruthless efficiency. "Your punctuality is commendable. I trust my little." Welcome note was sufficiently informative. Preparation, after all, is key to any successful procedure. "Vexley," I managed my own voice, a reedy imitation of composure. The sheer audacity of her, the calm, almost academic tone was disorienting. This abomination. It's over. I've seen your notes. The missing staff. Sarah Chen, your imperfect vessels. A faint, almost imperceptible smile, as thin and cold as a scalpel's edge, touched her lips. "Over, Doctor. On the contrary, my work is reaching its most crucial phase. I am not, as your rather pedestrian assessment suggests, merely doing things down here. I am rectifying a cosmic error. I am offering humanity the gift of continuity, a release from the brutal, messy finality of death." She gestured with the injector towards the frosted cryotubes lining the far wall, their contents vague, unsettlingly human silhouettes encased in shimmering, blue-white ice. These early trials, they were necessary learning curves. Imperfections in the methodology. But Lila deserves perfection. And you, Dr. Cole, you will help me provide it. Before I could retort, before I could even process the full horror of her words, the already frigid air in the lab plunged. This wasn't the sterile mechanical cold of the refrigeration units. This was an invasive, marrow-deep chill, the kind that whispered of crypts and ancient forgotten sorrows. The overhead fluorescent lights, already struggling, flickered violently, casting a strobe of disorienting, dancing shadows. And the whispers, which had been a faint, unsettling undercurrent, erupted. They swirled around me, a cacophony of voices, childish sobs, frustrated pleas, incoherent fragments of old lullabies, and sharp, accusatory hisses that seemed to probe the deepest, most vulnerable corners of my mind. Lila, her fractured consciousness was a palpable storm in the room. "My daughter," Vexley said, her voice rising slightly, a hint of something akin to maternal pride, or perhaps possessive obsession, lacing her tone. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on me, cold and appraising. "She senses your compatibility, your unique neurological signature. She is discerning. The others, their minds were too brittle, their emotional landscapes too barren. They fractured under the strain of transition." She took a deliberate step towards me. "But you, Dr. Cole, your recent bereavement, your professional immersion in the architecture of human suffering, it has rendered your synaptic pathways remarkably pliable, receptive." My earpiece, the fragile link to Tessa and the world above, crackled with static. Then Tessa's strained voice cut through. "Dr. Cole, are you reading me? The energy signatures down there are off the charts. It's like a localized imp, but organic. I'm losing telemetry. Evelyn's trying to cut power to the sub-level junction, but the old schematics are static. It's rerouted through." Her voice dissolved into a burst of white noise. I was truly alone. "You're deluded," Vexley had choked out, backing away slowly, my eyes scanning for any leverage, any weakness in this sterile chrome cage. "Lila isn't a program to be uploaded. She's a child spirit, tormented and shattered by what you did to her." For the first time, a flicker of genuine emotion, raw and painful, broke through Vexley's icy composure. Her face contorted. "I tried to save her," she hissed, her voice suddenly raw, venomous. "This hospital, with its archaic protocols, its cowardly physicians, they would have let her dissolve into nothingness. I offered her a chance at eternity. I offered her continuation. And this is what you call continuation?" I gestured wildly at the oppressive, freezing lab, the howling, disembodied whispers that clawed at my sanity. "This endless frozen torment," Vexley advanced, the injector held steady. "She merely needs a stable matrix, Dr. Cole. A resilient consciousness to anchor her own. Your mind, already acquainted with the contours of grief, yet not entirely consumed by it. You are the perfect vessel. You are the perfect vessel. You will lend her your strength, and she, in turn, will grant you an understanding of existence beyond the crude limitations of flesh and blood." The spectral cold intensified, biting at my exposed skin. I could see my breath, thick and white, plumbing in the air. The whispers were no longer just around me. They were inside my head, a disorienting chorus of Lila's fragmented thoughts and emotions, interwoven with my own deepest fears. Liam's face, pale and accusing, swam before my eyes, his voice or her mimicry of it, begging for help from some cold, unreachable place. The crushing weight of my past failures, the faces of patients I couldn't save, the gnawing certainty of my own brother's needless death. Lila was a psychic crowbar, expertly wielded by Vexley, prying open every unhealed wound. Behind Vexley, one of the cryotubes, the one I suspected held Sarah Chen, Evelyn's niece, began to emit a soft, pulsating blue light, a low, guttural moan, a sound that was both human and profoundly not, vibrated through the floor. The frost on the inside of the tube seemed to shift, to writhe. "Don't fight it, Doctor," Vexley urged, her voice softening. taking on a disturbingly persuasive, almost maternal cadence. Lila understands your pain. She can absorb it, integrate it. There will be no more grief, no more loss, only clarity. And her, with you, my mind raced. I had to break this cycle, not just for myself, but for Lila, for Sarah, for all the other victims of Vexley's monstrous obsession. My eyes fell upon Vexley's workbench, piled high with her meticulous, insane journals. The Lila Protocol. Stage 1. The details of that first, desperate, catastrophic attempt at cryopreservation. The experimental cryoagent XC7. Highly unstable, without precise thermal counter-regulation. Regulator Unit Alpha. Original cryochamber. Suffered critical overload during initial procedure. Catastrophic cellular fracturing. Regulator Unit Alpha. Lila's first. Makeshift tomb. It had to be one of the older, disused cryo drawers I'd seen earlier. The ones from Vexley's original, fire-ravaged lab. Perhaps still wired into some archaic, independent power source. If that unit, the source of Lila's initial trauma and her spiritual anchor point, could be disrupted, overloaded again. You won't have me, Vexley, I spat, forcing myself to move, to act. And you won't have her. Not like this. I lunged. Not for Vexley, but for the main power conduit supplying her modern cryobank. The one where Sarah Chen was entombed. If I could create a surge, a catastrophic overload, maybe I could disrupt everything. Create enough chaos to find Regulator Unit Alpha. Vexley shrieked, a sound of pure fury, and moved to intercept me. The injector aimed like a weapon. The whispers in my head rose to a deafening crescendo. Images of frozen desolation and endless sorrowful nights flooding my vision. From the glowing cryotube, a frosted hand, impossibly thin, its fingers elongated and tipped with ice-like talons, slammed against the curved glass from the inside, cracking it with a sound like a gunshot. The doctor was in, and her daughter was throwing a tantrum. The final frigid act of St. Jude's horror show had begun. My lunge for the power conduit was desperate, ill-conceived, but it bought me a precious second. Vexley, momentarily surprised by my direct assault on her precious machinery rather than herself, hesitated. In that instant, the frosted glass of Sarah Chen's cryotube didn't just crack. It exploded outwards in a shower of razor-sharp, ice-cold shards and a billow of supercooled gas. The figure within, wreathed in freezing mist, began to stir, not with life, but with a horrifying, jerky animation, its limbs moving at unnatural angles, a low, guttural growl tearing from its frozen throat. Vexley's experimentaire, imperfect vessel, was DOA, but far from inactive. No, Vexley screamed, diverted, her attention momentarily torn between me and the monstrous result of her hubris. This was my chance. Dodging a clumsy frostbitten swipe from the reanimating thing that had been Sarah, I scrambled towards the bank of older, disused cryo drawers I'd seen earlier. The ones from Vexley's original, fire-ravaged lab. Regulator Unit Alpha. Regulator Unit Alpha. Lila's first makeshift tomb. It had to be here. The whispers in my head. Lila's fragmented consciousness shrieked and recoiled as I neared them. A maelstrom of childish terror and ancient rage. The cold intensified around this specific bank of drawers. A palpable aura of concentrated despair. Lila. Stop him, Vexley commanded, wrestling with the thrashing, ice-encrusted form of her failed experiment, the injector clattering to the floor. But Lila's response was chaotic, undirected. The lab became a whirlwind of spectral energy. Instruments flew from shelves. Heavy equipment skidded across the floor. and the very air seemed to crackle with an unseen, malevolent force. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into a disorienting gloom, illuminated only by the emergency strobes, the eerie blue glow from the remaining active cryotubes, and the internal corpse-light luminescence of the reanimating horrors. I fumbled along the bank of drawers, my gloved fingers searching for any sign, any label, any clue. The whispers were deafening now, trying to tear my sanity apart. The chorus of 1,000 grieving children. Then my hand brushed against a small, tarnished brass plaque on one of the drawers. LVE, Project Nightingale, Sub-Zero Stasis Unit, Alpha. This was it. The drawer was sealed shut with rust and age, but adrenaline lent me a desperate strength. I wrenched at the handle. With a screech of tortured metal, it gave way, sliding open perhaps 6 inches. No body lay within, only a thick layer of black viscous frost, and nestled in its center, a small child's silver locket, shaped like a star, identical to the one it seen in the old photograph of Lila Vexley in Evelyn's files. This was the locus, the anchor. The moment the locket was exposed to the slightly warmer air of the lab, the effect was instantaneous. A piercing, soul-tearing shriek, not from the whispers, but from the very walls, from the air itself, as if the entire sublevel were screaming. The spectral energy, once a chaotic storm, now focused, imploded, rushing towards the open drawer, towards the locket, with the force of a miniature black hole. The reanimating figure of Sarah Chen collapsed, its internal ice light extinguishing, its limbs falling slack. Even Vexley cried out, clutching her head as if struck by an invisible blow. I knew what I had to do. This wasn't about destroying Lila. It was about releasing her, or at least severing her torment from this cursed place, from her mother's insane machinations. I grabbed the heavy maglite from my belt. With a desperate cry, I slammed its reinforced ender directly onto the ancient, exposed cooling coils and brittle wiring at the back of the open drawer unit. Sparks flew. A shower of acrid smoke. The archaic machinery within Unit Alpha sputtered, whined. Then, with a final violent surge, it erupted in a localized electrical fire, the flames licking at the viscous frost at the locket. The psychic scream intensified, then, abruptly, cut off. A profound, echoing silence descended, so complete it was almost painful. The unnatural cold in the lab receded, replaced by the acrid smell of burning insulation and ozone. The whispers were gone. Vexley stared, her face a mask of disbelief, then dawning, utter despair. Lila. Her voice was a raw, broken sound. She stumbled towards the burning, sparking drawer unit. But a section of the ceiling, weakened by the chaos, chose that moment to collapse. A shower of concrete and twisted rebar crashing down, blocking her path, and mercifully obscuring my view of it. Whatever remained within that drawer. The emergency strobe still pulsed. The distant wail the fire alarm Evelyn had triggered seemed to grow louder. There was a hammering at the main sublevel access door. Rescue, or at least, the less insane elements of St. Jude's, were on their way. Eleanor Vexley, a broken figure amidst the ruins of her life's monstrous work, simply sank to her knees, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent, racking sobs. The doctor was no longer in. The aftermath was a blur of flashing lights, shouting voices, and the acrid stench of smoke and chemicals. Firefighters in heavy gear, followed by grim-faced hospital security, and a visibly shaken Evelyn Marsh, stormed the sublevel. Eleanor Vexley, unresponsive and catatonic, was taken into custody, her reign of refrigerated terror finally at an end. The full, horrifying extent of her clandestine operation was laid bare. The stolen bodies, the illegally acquired equipment, the meticulous, insane journals detailing decades of forbidden experimentation. Lara Chen, Evelyn's niece, was found in her cryotube, not reanimated as a monster, but tragically, definitively dead. One of Vexley's more recent, failed attempts at preservation. The other vessels were in similar states, their identities slowly being pieced together from Vexley's horrific ledger. St. Jude's Hospital became a media circus, a maelstrom of lawsuits, investigations, and hushed, horrified whispers that echoed far beyond its aging walls. My testimony, along with Tessa Lynn's recovered data and Coroner Barrett's reluctant corroboration of the morgue's long-standing anomalies, painted a picture so grotesque it was almost unbelievable. Yet the evidence was undeniable. I left Boston as soon as I was able. The city, the hospital, the very scent of antiseptic and lilies had become unbearable. My skepticism, once a reliable shield, was now riddled with an understanding of shadows I could no longer ignore. The trauma I'd specialized in treating now felt like a shallow puddle compared to the abyss I'd stared into beneath St. Jude's. Liam's ghost was quieter now, though. Perhaps witnessing a different kind of horror, a different kind of loss, had put my own grief into a new, starker perspective. Or perhaps Lila, in her chaotic release, had inadvertently swept some of my own lingering sorrow away with her. Weeks later, Evelyn Marsh called. Her voice was weary, but there was a new steel in it. They're shutting down the entire pathology wing, Nathan. Decommissioning the old morgue. Sealing off Research Wing D permanently. Burying it, as they should have done 20 years ago. She paused. Sarah. The preliminary findings from Vexley's notes suggest she died quickly, before the alterations began. A small mercy, I suppose. There was a long silence. Louis Barrett retired, moved to a monastery in Vermont. Says he's going to spend the rest of his days praying for all the souls that passed through that place. Tessa Lynn apparently had taken a job with a cybersecurity firm on the West Coast, as far from old hospitals as possible. I tried to return to some semblance of normalcy, consulting on less existentially fraught cases, but the chill of St. Jude's lingered, a phantom limb of dread. The 3 rules of the morgue would sometimes echo in my mind at odd hours, a grim reminder. One cool autumn evening, about 6 months after I'd left Boston, a small, unassuming manila envelope arrived at my new, deliberately anonymous P.O. box. No return address. Inside, there was no note, only a single, standard St. Jude's Hospital toe tag. My blood turned to ice. My hands trembled as I read the neatly printed black lettering. It wasn't my name this time. The tag read, Marsh, Evelyn, beneath it. Date of admission, today's date. And in the field for time of expiry, the space was, once again, chillingly, horrifyingly blank. The cycle hadn't broken. It had merely found a new patient. The whispers, I realized with a sudden, sickening certainty, might be gone from St. Jude's, but the cold was a far more patient collector. The sea, they say, keeps its secrets locked tight in its deepest, coldest vaults. But some secrets have a nasty habit of surfacing, of dragging you down into the dark with them. I should know. For 2 agonizing years, I've been drowning in the silence left by my wife, Lena. Her marine research vessel, the Investigator, vanished without so much as an oil slick in the South Pacific, leaving only a final, garbled radio transmission that crackled with static and impossible, whispered coordinates. That's how I ended up here. Knuckles white on the rusted railing of the Night Providence, a hulking, soot-stained cargo hauler that flew no discernible flag, answered to no listed owner, and seemed to recruit its crew from the desperate dregs of every forgotten salt-caked port across the globe. And 1-0, the first rule they gave me, the ink barely dry on my hastily signed contract, was barked by the ship's first mate, a man named Arnold Vex, whose face looked like it had been carved from weathered granite and old grievances. "Graves," he'd said, his voice flat, devoid of any inflection, his eyes like chips of glacial ice. "Rule number 1. You never touch the ship's compass." He jerked a thumb towards the ancient green vertigorized brass binnacle on the bridge. "It doesn't point north. It points where the Night Providence needs to go. Understand?" I didn't. Not then. But the chilling certainty in his tone brooked no argument. The ship itself felt wrong. It groaned constantly, not with the expected stresses of an old vessel, but with a deeper internal pressure, as if something immense were coiled in its belly. The steel decks were always cold, unnaturally so, even when we sweated under a brutal equatorial sun. And below decks, in the narrow labyrinthine corridors, the air thrummed with a low, sub-audible vibration, a persistent thrum that resonated deep in your bones, making sleep a hunted, fleeting animal, always just out of reach. Aki, the old Finnish deckhand whose bunk I'd inherited, had apparently broken the second rule. Luis Ortega, the ship's cook, a garrulous Cuban with eyes that had seen too much ocean, had told me the story in hushed tones over a plate of dubious stew. "Rule 2, amigo. If you see other versions of yourself or anyone else working a different shift, looking a little faded, you nod, polite, like you see them every day, but you never speak to them, never acknowledge the echo." Aki, Luis had said with a grim shake of his head, had apparently tried to have a conversation with his own gaunt, silent doppelganger in the engine room, right before he'd calmly walked to the stern during a vicious squall and flung himself into the churning, slate-gray Atlantic. My first few days were a blur of back-breaking labor and uneasy observation, chipping rust, swabbing decks, securing cargo that Vex himself oversaw with an iron fist, its contents always hidden beneath heavy tarpaulins or locked within anonymous, featureless containers. It was during a dog watch, the ship groaning under a starless, oppressive sky, that I saw him, myself, or an echo of me. He was further down the narrow, dimly lit companionway, coiling a heavy mooring line, his movements identical to my own, his face grimy with engine oil and exhaustion I hadn't yet earned on this voyage. He looked up, met my eyes for a fraction of a second, gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, then turned and disappeared around a greasy bulkhead. My heart hammered against my ribs. Fatigue, I told myself. The disorienting roll of the ship. Stress. But the image, the utter, mundane reality of that other Elliot, seared itself into my mind. Later, Luis Ortega stirring a bubbling pot in the galley that smelled suspiciously of fish, well past its prime, caught my unsettled expression. "The sea plays tricks, eh, Graves?" he'd said, his usual joviality replaced by a knowing, somber look. "Especially these waters. Cursed waters. The old ones, they call the spirit of these currents Il Ahogado, the drowned one. He doesn't like those who see too much." He'd made a warning sign then, a quick flick of his fingers. That night, unable to sleep, I found myself on the deserted boat deck, the wind whipping salt spray into my face. The ship was plowing through heavy, unnatural swells, the sky an inky black void. I glanced towards the bridge, drawn by an unseen current. Through the spray-lashed windows, I could see the faint green glow of the binnacle, the ship's ancient brass compass. Its needle, usually quivering with that strange, erratic energy, was now still. Dead still. And it wasn't pointing north, or east, or any direction that made sense. It was pointing directly off the port bow, towards a patch of churning, unnaturally black water that seemed to swallow the faint starlight. A patch of ocean that, according to the ship's humming, modern GPS display I'd glimpsed earlier, should have been nothing but miles of empty, charted sea. As I watched, mesmerized, I felt the night providence subtly, almost imperceptibly, alter its course, its groaning hull turning, like a vast, blind beast, towards that patch of devouring darkness. Vex wasn't on the bridge. No one was. The ship was steering itself. The incident with the compass and the black water left a cold knot of dread in my gut. I started watching, really watching. The doppelganger encounters became more frequent, less dismissible. Not just my own echo, but others. I'd see Petrov, the hulking Russian engineer, meticulously checking gauges in the engine room, only to pass the real Petrov, looking tired but solid, hauling a toolbox up the ladder from the same space minutes later. Mara Quinn, the ship's chief engineer, a tough, no-nonsense woman with grease permanently etched into the lines around her eyes. I once saw her simultaneously supervising a repair on the starboard winch, while her fainter, more translucent double calmly read a technical manual in the mess hall. Each time, rule number 2 was observed with a chilling, almost ritualistic precision. A brief nod, a flicker of acknowledgement, then averted eyes, and a swift, silent departure. It was a dance of ghosts and the living, a macabre etiquette I was slowly, terrifyingly, mastering. My attempts to access the ship's official navigational logs were met with a digital wall. Sarah, the ship's electronic route and regulating AI, as the faded acronym on the bridge console proclaimed, presented only heavily encrypted files or deliberately truncated data streams that ended just before each bizarre course correction. The official manifest destinations, Rotterdam, Singapore, Valparaiso, were lies. We never got close to any major port. Our supplies were replenished at sea via shadowy, unmarked tenders that materialized out of the fog in the dead of night, Vex overseeing the transfers with a silent, armed contingent of what looked like ex-military goons. I approached Mara Quinn in the thunderous, sweat-slick heat of the engine room. She was wrestling with a malfunctioning condenser unit, curses hissing through her teeth. "Chief," I began, trying to sound casual, "ever notice anything odd about our course?" Sarah's plots seemed creative. She threw me a look sharp enough to cut steel. Sarah plots what Vex tells her to plot. Graves. My job is to keep this rust bucket from tearing itself apart before we get there. Wherever there is. She wiped a smear of grease from her forehead with the back of her hand. With back of her hand. You start seeing mermaids or hearing the kraken, you keep it to yourself. Sea madness is a quick ticket to a short plank on a ship like this. But I saw a flicker of something in her eyes, a weariness that went beyond mechanical fatigue. Viktor Melnichuk, the Ukrainian radio officer, became a walking barometer of the ship's encroaching strangeness. He was a pale, perpetually anxious young man who seemed to exist in a state of low-grade terror. His only solace, the crackle and hiss of his shortwave radio. He'd jump at shadows, his fingers constantly drumming on his console, his eyes darting towards the sealed porthole, as if expecting something to stare back. He avoided me specifically after he saw me studying the bridge compass too intently one morning. Rule number 1, never touch the compass, became an almost physical torment. There were times when Vex was below decks, and the bridge was momentarily empty, save for the hum of Sarah and the eerie green glow of the binnacle, that I felt an almost irresistible compulsion to reach out, to lay my hand on that ancient brass, try and force its erratically quivering needle towards true north. The urge was so strong, it made my palms sweat, my teeth ache. It felt like the compass itself was calling, whispering promises of orientation in a world that was rapidly losing all rational bearings. One particularly grim afternoon, After I'd seen what looked like 3 distinct versions of Luis Ortega working in the galley simultaneously, their movements slightly out of sync, a horrifying, silent pantomime of culinary activity, Mara Quinn sought me out. She looked pale, her usual brusque confidence replaced by a thin, brittle anger. She said nothing, just shoved a datapad into my hand. On it, a series of plotted coordinates overlaid on a standard maritime chart. The true GPS data, meticulously logged by a hidden diagnostic she'd jury-rigged into Sarah's system. "Look at it, Graves," she said, her voice tight. "For weeks I've been tracking it. The power drains, the weird engine revs, they all correlate with these course adjustments." Her finger traced a jagged, incomprehensible line across the datapad screen. "We're not going to Rotterdam. We're not going to anywhere on that manifest. We're sailing in circles. Or something worse." The lines, I realized with a sickening lurch, were in circles. They were sharp, deliberate angles, the beginning of a pattern I didn't want to recognize. Luis Ortega, despite his outward joviality, or perhaps because of it, became my most reliable source of the ship's grim folklore. During one late-night meal, in the mostly deserted mess hall, a concoction he vaguely referred to as mystery meets surprise, he leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes darting towards the shadowed corners. "El ahogado Grace," he murmured, the name a chilling caress of sound. "He isn't just a spirit of the currents. He's the sea's memory. He remembers every ship that's gone down, every soul lost without rights. And ships like this one, the Night Providence, they sail his private channels," he described with a mixture of terror and morbid fascination, legends of vessels caught in pliegues dell'oceano, folds in the ocean, where time ran like treacle, where the stars themselves were alien and wrong, and where the echoes of drowned men walked the decks alongside the living. "The rules, amigo," he'd said, his dark eyes wide. "They are not Vex rules. They are the old man's, the drowned ones. Break them, and you become part of his collection." My own investigation into the ship's cargo yielded little beyond frustration and a growing sense of unease. The main holds were always locked, guarded by Vex grim-faced enforcers. What little I could glimpse through fortuitously open hatches during loading or unloading operations, always conducted at sea, under the cover of darkness, with those silent, unmarked tenders, was unsettlingly vague. Crates stenciled with cryptic symbols, not belonging to any known shipping consortium. Heavy, refrigerated containers that hummed with a low, almost subsonic thrum. Their contents listed on the few manifest fragments I managed to purloin as perishable biologicals, Class 9 hazard, or geological survey samples, deep core extraction. No origins, no specific destinations, just a constant clandestine movement of things across the darkest, most desolate stretches of the world's oceans. Arnold Vex, I realized, was a constant silent observer. His presence was like a drop in barometric pressure, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that heralded a coming storm. He rarely spoke to me directly, but I would often feel his gaze on me from the shadowed wing of the bridge, or catch his reflection in a rain-slick deck plate as I worked. One afternoon, as I was securing a particularly ominous-looking, lead-lined container that felt far too heavy for its size, Vex materialized beside me, silent as a shark in dark water. "Curiosity, Graves," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, "can be a dangerous current on a long voyage. Some manifests are best left unread, some cargo best left undisturbed." It wasn't a threat, not overtly. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the chilling pragmatism of a man who dealt in absolutes. Mara Quinn, meanwhile, continued her clandestine tracking. The lines on her datapad grew, snaking across the maritime charts, forming a pattern that was becoming increasingly, horrifyingly familiar. The sharp, deliberate angles, The precise, almost ritualistic course corrections. "It's not just random, Elliot," she'd said one evening, her voice tight, her face pale in the green glow of her hacked console. "There's a geometry to it. A terrifying, impossible geometry." She pointed to a series of coordinates the ship had recently visited, ghosting past them without stopping. These points, they correspond with major oceanic trenches, the Mariana, the Puerto Rico, the Java, places where the sea floor drops into abyssal blackness. And now, her finger traced their current trajectory. "We're heading towards the Diamantina fracture zone, another deep-sea abyss." It was then that Victor Melnikok, the terrified radio officer, finally cracked. A brutal, unnatural squall had descended upon the Night Providence, seemingly out of nowhere, lashing the ship with hurricane-force winds and waves that crashed over the bow like liquid mountains. All external communications were dead. The ship groaned and screamed, and the rhythmic thrumming from its depths intensified, becoming a sickening agonal pulse. I found Victor huddled in the radio shack, surrounded by the crackle and hiss of dead airwaves, his face the color of old parchment, muttering in Ukrainian. The stars are wrong," he whispered, clutching a set of headphones to his ears as if trying to block out some unbearable sound. Then his eyes focused on me, wide with a desperate confessional terror. Wide with a desperate confessional terror. "I saw Graves, your wife's ship, the investigator. I heard it months ago. Before I signed on here." His voice was a raw, choked whisper. "So much static." But she said the coordinates were impossible. That the ship, their ship, it was steering itself into a place where the charts were blank and the constellations had no names. Then, screaming, and Vex was on the bridge of that ship too. I heard his voice order them to cut the broadcast. And I erased our log. He made me erase it. The coordinates he recited from memory. The last desperate position Lena had broadcast lay directly on the next vertex of the horrifying pattern Mara was uncovering on her datapad. A pattern that was rapidly, inexorably, resolving itself into a perfect, five-pointed star. The revelation struck me with the force of a rogue wave. Lena, Vex, the investigator. The pieces clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening precision. The Night Providence wasn't just a ghost ship sailing a cursed route. It was an instrument, a needle stitching a monstrous design onto the fabric of the ocean, and Lena had stumbled into its path. The pentagram, the one Mara's datapad now displayed with stark, undeniable clarity, was almost complete. Each vertex touched upon an abyssal trench, a wound in the Earth's crust, and Lena's last known coordinates, the ones Victor had so guiltily confessed, lay directly upon the fifth, final point, the one we were now bearing down upon with the relentless, indifferent momentum of a funeral barge. My grief, for 2 years a dull, aching throb, ignited into a cold, focused rage. Vex knew. He'd known all along. My presence on this ship wasn't an accident. It was, what? A test? A cruel joke? Or was I too intended to be part of the final terrible equation? "The cargo Mara," I said, my voice tight, my mind racing. "The biologicals, the antiquities, they're not just goods. Offerings, maybe. Or anchors. Offerings, maybe. Or anchors." Mara, her face grim, nodded slowly. "The energy signatures around those refrigerated containers in Hold 3. They're off the charts. Not radiation, not chemical. Something else. Something resonant." She looked at the completed pentagram on her screen, then at me, her eyes reflecting a dawning shared horror. This route, it's a ritual, Elliot, an ancient oceanic ritual, and we're about to complete it. I knew then what I had to do. The first rule, the one Vex had delivered with such chilling finality, had to be broken. The compass. It didn't just point where the ship needed to go. It pointed to the reason. It pointed to the heart of this darkness. Orchestrating a diversion wasn't easy. Vex enforcers were everywhere, their eyes like dead fish. But Mara, resourceful, and now fully committed, managed to trigger a series of cascading non-critical engine malfunctions in the aft section, diverting most of the available hands, including, crucially, Vex himself, who prided himself on overseeing every critical repair. The bridge was momentarily empty, save for the hum of Sarah and the eerie, pulsing green glow of the binnacle. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This was it. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the ancient, vertigrized brass housing of the ship's compass. The moment my skin made contact, an icy electric shock jolted up my arm, so intense it nearly buckled my knees. The bridge lights flickered violently, then dimmed to a sickening underwater gloom. A low, guttural moan, like the sound of a dying whale, seemed to rise from the very keel of the Night Providence, vibrating through the deck plates, through my bones. The compass needle, which had been quivering erratically, now spun with dizzying speed, a blur of tarnished brass, before finally, with a decisive, almost sentient click, it locked into place. It wasn't pointing towards the open sea. It wasn't pointing towards the open sea. It wasn't pointing towards any known direction. It was pointing directly downwards, towards the deck, towards the heavily reinforced, triple padlocked hatch that led to primary cargo hold 3, the hold that hummed with that unnatural, resonant energy. The hold that Vex guarded like a Cerberus. The compass didn't just point to where the ship needed to go. It pointed to its dark, beating, unholy heart. Alarms shrill and piercing erupted throughout the ship. Red emergency lights began to pulse, casting bloody, dancing shadows on the bulkheads. The ship, which had been on a steady, automated course, suddenly, violently, listed to port. And then Arnold Vex was there, framed in the bridge doorway, his face a mask of cold, murderous fury, his eyes like chips of obsidian. In his hand he held a heavy, antiquated flare gun, its muzzle aimed directly at my chest. "You damned, interfering fool," he snarled, his voice a low, lethal hiss. "I told you, some doors are meant to remain closed. Some secrets are meant to remain undisturbed." As he spoke, as he took a deliberate step towards me, I glanced, involuntarily, through the spray-lashed bridge windows, and my blood froze. The stars, the familiar cold, indifferent stars of the southern hemisphere, were gone. In their place, a swirling alien skyscape pulsed with impossible colors, with constellations that had never graced any human chart, with vast, nebulae-like shapes that seemed to writhe with a silent, unknowable intelligence. The Night Providence hadn't just changed course. It had sailed off the edge of the world. The alien skyscape outside the bridge windows was a nauseating, beautiful horror, a canvas of swirling, impossible geometries and colors that defied earthly description. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open, and the Night Providence was now sailing through the raw, bleeding wound. Vex, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the cosmic unraveling. His obsidian eyes were fixed on me, his grip on the flare gun unwavering. "You've done it now, Graves," he hissed, the words tight with a cold, controlled fury. "You've agitated the currents. You've disturbed the slumber of the drowned one." The final leg was meant to be precise, clean. Before I could respond, before he could make good on the murderous promise in his eyes, the ship gave a violent, sickening lurch, throwing us both against the bulkheads. A loud shriek from every console, a cacophony of dying systems and automated distress calls that would never reach any sane harbor. The lights flickered, died, then sputtered back to a dim emergency red, bathing the bridge in a hellish, pulsating glow. From below decks, I could hear the panicked shouts of the crew, quickly devolving into screams of pure terror. The ritual! I gasped, my head still reeling from the impact, the impossible stars outside searing themselves onto my retinas. This ship? It's a ceremonial vessel. Vex's lips curled into a sneer. Ceremony is for primitives' graves. This is applied metaphysics, a necessary alignment of telluric and abyssal energies. The cargo requires a certain stability in transit, a stability you have so spectacularly compromised. He raised the flare gun, but then Mara Quinn's voice, raw and desperate, crackled over the bridge intercom, somehow still functional amidst the chaos. Vex, Elliot, engine room, it's gone mad. I've got multiple pressure breaches. And, oh God, Petrov. He's not Petrov anymore. Her transmission ended in a sharp, choked scream and the sound of rending metal. The ship was no longer just a vessel. It was becoming a resonant chamber for the escalating madness. Time itself felt elastic, unreliable. As I scrambled to my feet, I saw through the bridge door, down the dimly lit companionway. Not one, but three distinct versions of Luis Ortega. The cook. One was calmly stirring an empty pot in the galley, humming a cheerful, off-key tune. Another was huddled in a doorway, sobbing, clutching a crucifix. The third, a gaunt, wild-eyed figure with seaweed tangled in his hair, was silently, methodically, sharpening a long, wicked-looking filleting knife, his eyes fixed on some unseen point in the middle distance. The drowned one's influence was no longer subtle. It was rampant, tearing through the crew's sanity, fracturing their very identities. Vex, momentarily distracted by Mara's desperate call, gave me the opening I needed. I lunged, not for him, but for the heavy brass fire extinguisher mounted beside the chart table. I swung it in a desperate arc, catching him across the side of the head. He staggered, a grunt of surprised pain escaping his lips, the flare gun clattering to the deck. I didn't wait. I bolted from the bridge, down into the screaming, red-lit chaos of the ship's interior. The corridors were a nightmare. Doppelgangers flickered in and out of existence. Some solid, some translucent, their movements jerky, their faces blank masks or contorted in silent screams. I saw a version of myself, pale and wide-eyed, cowering in a doorway, and another, more solid echo of me, methodically trying to seal a bulkhead that seemed to be weeping black, oily water. Ruler number 2 was now a cruel joke. There was no polite nodding, only a desperate scramble for survival in a world where identity itself was a fragile, dissolving illusion. I had to get to Mara. I had to get to that cargo hold. The compass, which I had inexplicably, almost unconsciously, snatched from the binnacle during my escape from the bridge, throbbed warmly in my hand, its needle now a steady, insistent point towards the bowels of the ship. The engine room was a Dantean vision. Pipes had burst, spewing scalding steam and acrid, chemical-smelling fluids. The air thrummed with the high-pitched shriek of tortured metal and the low, guttural growls of something. I found Mara backed into a corner, a heavy wrench in her hand, facing down what had once been Petrov. The hulking Russian engineer was now changed. His skin was a mottled, unhealthy gray, his eyes milky white and devoid of reason, his limbs elongated, his fingers tipped with what looked like razor-sharp shards of bone. He moved with a horrifying, fluid grace, a low, clicking sound emanating from his throat. This wasn't an echo. This was a possession, a grotesque transformation. Elliot, Mara cried, relief and terror warring in her voice. Help me! It's wearing his skin. Together, we fought. It was a desperate, brutal struggle. The possessed Petrov was inhumanly strong, impervious to blows that would have felled a normal man. It was the compass, strangely, that gave us an edge when I thrust it towards the creature. It recoiled, as if burned, a high-pitched shriek tearing from its throat, the milky whiteness of its eyes flickering with a momentary terrified sentience. Using that brief opening, Mara brought the heavy wrench down on its head with a sickening crunch. It collapsed, not dead, but quiescent, its form slowly beginning to shimmer and dissolve like old film. What in God's name was that? Mara gasped, her face pale, her knuckles white on the wrench. The drowned one, I said, the words tasting like ash. It's not just echoes anymore. It's taking them. We had to get to Victor. The radio shack was our only hope of understanding what Vex had truly unleashed, what Lena had stumbled into. We found him, not terrified, but broken. He was sitting amidst the wreckage of his equipment, clutching a single charred microphone, tears streaming down his face. It's all true, he whispered, his voice a hoarse, rattling sound. The cargo, the biologicals, I saw them years ago on another ship. Vex ship. Not like this, not changed, but sleeping, he described, in fragmented, horrified detail. Vex supervising the loading of what looked like human bodies, pale and inert, into heavily shielded, refrigerated cryo containers. They were marked with the same cryptic, spidery symbols I'd seen stenciled on the crates in the Night Providence's restricted manifest. He called them the Silent Choir. Ready for a new conductor. The compass in my hand throbbed hotter now, insistently. Primary cargo hold 3. It was time to face the music. The hatch to the hold was, as predicted, triple locked and reinforced. But Mara, with a grim determination, set to work with a portable cutting torch she'd salvaged from the engine room's chaos. As sparks flew, a chorus of whispers erupted from within the hold. Not just one voice, but dozens, hundreds. A cacophony of sorrowful, pleading, and sometimes terrifyingly seductive murmurs, promising release, promising oblivion, promising Lena. When the last lock finally gave way with a groan of tortured steel, the heavy hatch swung inwards, revealing not darkness, but a faint, pulsing, internal luminescence. The hold was vast, much larger than it should have been, the walls seeming to shift and writhe, the dimensions subtly, impossibly wrong. And arranged in neat, orderly rows were the containers, not just a few, dozens, each one humming with that same low, resonant thrum, each one glowing faintly from within. And standing before the largest, most ornate container, one that looked more like a biostasis sarcophagus from some forgotten advanced civilization, was Arnold Vex. He was no longer enraged. He was serene. A faint, almost pitying smile played on his lips. "Welcome, Elliot," he said, his voice calm amidst the swirling psychic storm. "You were always meant to be here. You and Lena." He gestured towards the sarcophagus. "She's been waiting for you. Such a resilient specimen. So much potential. She understood the great work, you know. Before she faltered, my blood turned to ice. What have you done to her, Vex?" "Done?" He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "I've preserved her," Elliot elevated her. "She was investigating my network. Got too close. Such a waste to simply dispose of her. So I offered her a different kind of immortality." He tapped the side of the glowing sarcophagus. a state of perfected stillness, an anchor, just like the others. He gestured to the rows of containers, my silent choir, each one a precisely tuned resonator for the energies of the deep, each one a component in a symphony much older than your fleeting human understanding. The sarcophagus before me began to glow brighter. The whispers intensified, coalescing. And for a horrifying moment, I heard Lena's voice, clear and sweet, calling my name, telling me she was cold, so very cold, begging me to open it, to join her. The drowned one was using my deepest love, my most profound grief, as a weapon. And Vex, its conductor, its high priest, was orchestrating the entire monstrous performance. Lena's voice, or the drowned one's perfect, cruel mimicry of it, wrapped around my heart like an icy serpent. Elliot, I'm so cold. Please, open it. Be with me. The glowing sarcophagus pulsed in time with the whispers, a siren song of manufactured grief and impossible promises. Vex watched me, his face a mask of serene, almost paternalistic anguish and anticipation. He believed I would succumb, that my love, twisted by this abyssal entity, would make me willingly join his silent choir. Mara, her face streaked with soot, and a look of horrified disbelief, grabbed my arm. Elliot, don't. It's not her. It's a trick. That thing is playing you. Her voice, raw and real, cut through the illusion, a lifeline in the churning psychic sea. I looked at Vex, at the rows of silent humming containers, at the shifting, impossible geometry of the cargo hold. This wasn't about love or preservation. This was about power and sacrifice. What is this ritual, Vex? I demanded, my voice shaking but firm. This pentagram you're sailing, this choir, what's the purpose? Vex's smile widened, a rictus of cold amusement. Purpose, graves. Graves? The universe operates on resonance, on frequencies. The drowned one, as your cook so quaintly calls it, is an ancient slumbering chord. My associates, scattered across the globe, they understand the music. This ship, this cargo, we are merely tuning forks, preparing the way. Some wish to amplify its song, to usher in a new age of clarity. Others simply wish to tap into its unique receptive qualities for their own, more specific needs. He gestured to one of the smaller, heavily shielded containers. Information, undiluted, unfiltered. The dreams of dead gods, the memories of dying stars, all available for the right price once the final vertex is harmonized. The final vertex. Lanus less coordinates. It wasn't just cargo. She was a key, a sacrifice meant to complete the circuit. You're insane, Mara breathed, her knuckles white on the cutting torch she still held. Sanity, Chief Quinn, Vex corrected smoothly, is merely the consensus of the majority, and the majority are blissfully unaware of the true symphony of existence. He took a step towards Lena's sarcophagus, his hand caressing its cold, glowing surface. She almost became one of us, you know. You're Lena. So bright, so curious. She even theorized that the drowned one could be pacified, redirected. She believed it could absorb grief, not just project it. A fascinating hypothesis. A pity she chose sentiment over science. The ship gave another violent, shuddering lurch. Alarms, already screaming, reached a new, deafening crescendo. From outside the hold, the sounds of chaos intensified. Rending metal, panicked screams, and a deep, guttural roaring that seemed to shake the very stars, now visibly warping and distorting through the few grimy portals. It seems your interruption of the compass has accelerated the harmonization somewhat, Vex observed, his composure unruffled, though a flicker of something akin to predatory excitement now danced in his eyes. The drowned one awakens more vigorously than anticipated. Perhaps it senses a new, strong voice for its choir. His gaze locked onto me. That was when Viktor Melnichuk stumbled into the hold, his face a mask of stark terror, his radio crackling with a cacophony of voices, English, Russian, Spanish, and languages that had never been spoken by human tongues. The ship is coming apart. The echoes, they're everywhere. They're taking over. Louis. I saw Louis. He was conducting them on the bridge. The floor beneath us tilted violently. Containers broke free from their moorings, crashing into each other with deafening metallic shrieks. The glowing sarcophagus containing Lena slid precariously. Vex, with surprising agility, moved to stabilize it. This was our only chance. Mara, the torch. Aim for the stasis unit's power conduits. If we can break the circuit. Mara didn't hesitate. She fired up the cutting torch, its brilliant blue flame hissing to life. Vex roared in fury, abandoning Lena's sarcophagus to lunge at Mara. I intercepted him, tackling him low, the two of us crashing to the tilting, treacherous deck. He was inhumanly strong, his fingers like iron bands digging into my arms. Above the chaos, Mara's torch bit into the conduits feeding Lena's stasis pod. Sparks flew. A high-pitched electronic scream. The sarcophagus' internal glow flickered, then died. And with it, the mimicry of Lena's voice, the seductive whispers, cut off abruptly. The effect on the hold was instantaneous and terrifying. The drowned one, its primary anchor point, its specifically tuned sacrifice, suddenly and violently deharmonized, roared its displeasure. Not a sound, but a wave of pure, unadulterated psychic malevolence that slammed into us. The very walls of the hold seemed to ripple and dissolve, revealing not the sea outside, but swirling, impossible vistas of alien geometries and dying suns. Time itself fractured. I saw Vex, not as one man, but as a multitude, his past and future selves flickering in and out of existence. I saw Mara screaming as multiple versions of the possessed Petrov, their forms more monstrous than before, converged on her from impossible angles. I saw myself, drowned and bloated, beckoning from a dark, oily sea. The Night Providence was no longer sailing on any earthly ocean. It was unmoored, adrift in a chaotic, broken reflection of reality, a place where the rules of existence had ceased to apply. The pentagram was shattered, but in its place, something far more terrifying had been unleashed. The ship had become a permanent nexus, a bleeding wound between worlds. The chaos within the cargo hold was a symphony of shattered realities. Vex, his form flickering between a dozen different ages and expressions of cold fury, fought with the strength of a man possessed by his own damnation. Mara, a beacon of desperate, fiery defiance, used her cutting torch to hold off the temporarily fractured echoes of the crew, their forms phasing in and out, their attacks unpredictable and terrifying. Victor had succumbed, his eyes vacant, his radio now broadcasting a continuous, multilingual stream of the drowned one's whispers. A siren song of madness. My own perception was fracturing. The compass I still clutched throbbed with a life of its own, its needle spinning wildly, no longer pointing to cargo, but to everywhere and nowhere. It was a gateway, I realized, not just a guide. Lena's sarcophagus lay dark and silent, its power source severed. But was she truly free? Or had I merely traded one prison for another, far more vast and terrifying? In a moment of desperate clarity, I saw Vex falter, his multiple forms momentarily coalescing, his eyes wide with a flicker of what might have been genuine fear as a colossal, shadowy tentacle, formed not of water but of pure, swirling temporal distortion, brushed against the far bulkhead, causing the steel to ripple and decay like ancient parchment. The drowned one was no longer contained by the ritual. It was consuming its failed conduit. "The ship!" Mara screamed, her voice hoarse, her torch sputtering. It's a fold. We have to stabilize something. Find an anchor. An anchor." Lena, her stasis pod was inert. But perhaps the woman within, the real Lena. Her consciousness shielded by the now failing technology. I fought my way to the sarcophagus, Vex momentarily forgotten as he battled his own. More cosmic demons. The emergency release. I fumbled with it, my fingers numb, my mind reeling. With a hiss of escaping pressure, the front panel slid open. Lena lay within, pale, still but undeniably. Her, not an echo, not a whisper. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused, clouded with the residue of untime. "Elliot," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. There was no time for reunion, no time for explanation. The ship was dissolving around us. Vex let out a final gurgling scream as the shadowy tendril finally enveloped him, his form dissolving into a shower of fractured temporal echoes. "Hold on!" I yelled, pulling Lena from the pod, the compass now burning cold against my palm. It pulsed, and for a moment, through the swirling chaos, I saw a flicker, a brief, stable image of the Night Providence's original, battered bridge, the stars outside, our stars, briefly visible through a tear in the alien skyscape. An exit? A trap? We fought our way out of the disintegrating hold, through corridors that twisted and turned in impossible ways, pursued by the roaring, formless hunger of the drowned one. Mara was behind us, her torch spent, her face grim. Victor was gone, his radio silent save for a single repeating childlike whisper. Lost, lost, lost. The bridge, when we finally stumbled onto it, was a wreck, but the compass binnacle still stood. I slammed the ancient compass back into its housing. "I'm Leo, and just on the north story has strategies scoured, and all at her. And Aiki." The ship gave a colossal, shuddering groan, and the alien stars outside wavered. Then, with a sound like a universe snapping back into place, they were replaced by the cold, familiar, indifferent stars of Earth's night sky. Or a version of us was. The Night Providence, battered, scarred, and eerily silent, drifted under a sky that now felt impossibly, blessedly normal. Of Vex there was no sign. Of the rest of the crew, only faded patches of unnatural cold, and the lingering scent of ozone and despair. Mara was alive, leaning against a bulkhead, her breath ragged. Lena, weak but conscious, clung to my arm. Days later, a passing freighter picked us up, 3 traumatized survivors from a ghost ship, with no official record, no manifest, and a cargo hold filled with nothing but empty, humming containers and the faint, lingering scent of the abyssal deep. Our story, when we tried to tell it, was dismissed as a shared delusion, the product of extreme stress and exposure. Vex Network, the shadowy organizations, remained untouched, their tendrils buried too deep. Life resumed a pale imitation of what it once was. Lena recovered, physically, but her eyes held a new, ancient shadow, a memory of impossible voyages. We never spoke of the Night Providence, but sometimes, late at night, when the wind howled around our small coastal cottage, I would see her staring out at the dark, turbulent sea, a strange, listening expression on her face. One morning, a year to the day we were rescued, a small water-stained wooden crate washed up on our beach. No markings, no return address, Inside, nestled on a bed of dried seaweed, was an old tarnished brass compass. Its needle didn't point north. It pulsed with a faint internal light, and it pointed, with unwavering certainty, out towards the deepest, blackest part of the ocean. Towards a place where the charts were still blank. The drowned one was patient. Its song was eternal. And it knew. I realized with a sudden, chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that some voyages, once begun, could never truly end. The sea always collected its due. And the echoes always return. They say the human mind is an enigma. I say it's a battlefield. Welcome to the world of Dr. Lena Rowe, a psychiatrist called in to treat a wealthy recluse, but who found herself navigating a landscape far stranger and more terrifying than any mental illness. My client had 3 strange rules for survival. What's the most unsettling secret you've ever heard? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to sit in the study with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this session, the mind isn't the only thing being dissected. The therapy begins. Grief. I've learned it in my years dissecting the fractured landscapes of the human mind as a peculiar way of leading you down hallways you never intended to walk, towards doors you'd sworn were permanently locked. After my husband, Eric, was pronounced dead under circumstances the esteemed physicians at Boston General still vaguely termed anomalous systemic failure, my own carefully constructed world had developed a series of hairline, invisible cracks. I retreated from the sterile, often hollow certainties of hospital psychiatry, from the hushed condolences and the lingering, unanswered questions, into the more insulated, if sometimes ethically murkier, world of private practice. It was in this self-imposed exile that the referral from Mr. Alistair Graves found me, delivered not by a colleague, but by a discreet, embossed card left with my answering service. The retainer offered was substantial enough to erase the mountain of medical debt Eric's anomalous passing had left behind. And then some. The conditions were specific, absolute confidentiality, in-home sessions only, at his Beacon Hill townhouse, and 3, rather, particular stipulations. The first was delivered by his personal assistant, a young woman named Sylvia Huxley, whose quiet efficiency was offset by an unsettling fondness for silver raven skull earrings that glinted in the dim gaslight-style sconces of Mr. Graves' opulent reception room. "Dr. Rowe," she'd said, her voice a soft, cultured murmur, her smile polite but failing to reach her cool, observant eyes. "Mr. Graves has a sensitivity. It is therefore imperative, for the efficacy of your sessions, that you always wear iron jewelry. A simple chain, a bracelet, perhaps a ring. Anything of pure, unadulterated iron will suffice." He finds it grounding. The townhouse itself was a monument to old money, and an unnerving tomb-like silence. Every surface, from the polished mahogany wainscoting to the antique grandfather clock in the hall that had, I noted with a prickle of unease, stopped at precisely 3-0, gleamed under the amber glow of the faux gaslight fixtures. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of beeswax, decaying paper, and something else, something I couldn't quite place. A faint metallic coldness, like a freshly drawn blade or the air before a lightning strike. My first session with Mr. Alistair Graves was an exercise in professional composure, battling primal unease. He was waiting for me in a vast book-lined study, seated in a high-backed leather armchair before a cold, black marble fireplace. He rose as I entered, a tall, impeccably dressed man who might have been anywhere between his late 40s and a very well-preserved 60. His suit was a muted charcoal, perfectly tailored, his silver hair swept back from a high forehead, but it was his skin, a pale, almost translucent waxy white, and his eyes that truly captivated and disturbed. They were black, not dark brown or deep gray, but utterly, completely black, like pools of still, bottomless water that absorbed all light and reflected nothing. His voice, when he spoke, wasn't a voice at all, not in the conventional sense. I heard no sound from his lips, saw no vibration in his throat. Instead, the words formed directly within my mind, a sibilant, cultured whisper that seemed to bypass my ears entirely. Dr. Rowe, your reputation precedes you. I trust Sylvia has made you comfortable with my peculiarities. I wore a simple, antique iron filigree pendant Eric had bought me years ago from a street vendor in the North End. It felt strangely heavy against my skin. The session itself was peculiar. Graves presented with symptoms of a profound, almost cosmic existential ennui. A weariness that he described as spanning uncountable ages. He spoke of watching civilizations rise and crumble like sandcastles, of an ancient, unutterable loneliness. I nodded, made notes, tried to steer the conversation towards tangible anxieties, identifiable traumas, but it was like trying to net smoke. Midway through the session, the heavy crystal wine glass resting on a nearby side table, untouched, developed a sudden fine spiderweb crack that spread slowly across its surface with a faint, almost inaudible ticking sound. Graves didn't acknowledge it. I, despite the sudden chill that had nothing to do with the room's already low temperature, pretended not to notice either. After an hour that felt like an eternity, the session concluded. As I was leaving, Sylvia Huxley handed me a small, sealed envelope of heavy cream parchment. "Mr. Graves' second stipulation, Doctor," she said, her raven skull earrings glinting. Later, in the relative sanity of my own quiet apartment, I opened it. A single, exquisitely calligraphed sentence. "Should your client in due course offer you the gift of immortality as payment for services rendered, it is advised you negotiate the terms very carefully before accepting." I laughed then. A short, sharp, incredulous sound. An eccentric rich man indeed. But as I removed the iron pendant, I noticed it was unusually warm to the touch, almost hot, and the skin beneath it was faintly reddened, as if from a mild burn. The laughter died in my throat. The subsequent sessions with Alistair Graves unfolded like chapters in some forgotten, Gothic novel. His disembodied, whispered voice continued to fill my mind with tales of cosmic ennui, of witnessing the birth and death of stars, of a loneliness so profound it seemed to predate humanity itself. I diligently applied my training, searching for the underlying trauma, the metaphorical language of a deeply disturbed, but undoubtedly brilliant mind. Yet, with each visit to that silent, opulent townhouse, the cracks in my own scientific certainty widened. The phenomenon of the whispering glass, as I had morbidly begun to call it, escalated. It wasn't just a single wine glass anymore. During one particularly intense session, where Graves described a feeling of internal fragmentation, as if an ancient seal were weakening, the large, ornate mirror above the marble fireplace developed a network of fine, spidery cracks that spread outwards from its center like a frozen spiderweb. The sound was a chorus of tiny, sharp ticks, almost like ice contracting. Graves, his black eyes fixed on some point beyond my shoulder, gave no indication he'd noticed. I, however, felt a cold dread prickle my scalp. The iron pendant, my constant companion now, seemed to grow heavier, colder during these moments. My digital voice recorder, a standard tool of my trade, became useless. In Graves' presence, it would record only a wash of white noise, punctuated by faint, distorted whispers that, when later analyzed with noise-canceling software, seemed to be speaking in a sibilant, unknown language. Sometimes, amidst the static, I thought I could hear a faint, sorrowful echo of Eric's voice, a single mournful syllable I couldn't quite decipher. I dismissed it as auditory pareidolia, my grieving mind playing tricks. Or I tried to. My dreams became a battleground. Vivid, disturbing tableaus unfolded behind my eyelids. Vast, empty obsidian landscapes under alien constellations. Shadowy figures performing archaic, half-seen rituals around circles of black fire. And always, the sensation of looking out through ballocks, through graves, impossibly ancient, weary eyes. I'd wake exhausted, the scent of cold stone and metallic ozone lingering in my nostrils. Sylvia Huxley, Graves' enigmatic assistant, remained a creature of polite, unnerving detachment. During one pre-session wait in the reception room, she'd casually picked up a leather-bound volume from a nearby shelf. Curiosities of antiquarian metallurgy and their sympathetic properties. Its title embossed in faded gold. She'd opened it to a marked page. "Mr. Graves has such an eclectic library, Doctor," she'd murmured, her finger tracing a passage. "This speaks of ferrous metals, pure iron, as having a particular resonance, a warding quality against certain intangible influences. Fascinating, isn't it?" Later that week, she'd commented, with that same bland politeness, that it was odd how Mr. Graves never seemed to cast a reflection in the highly polished antique silver tea service she meticulously maintained. It was after the fourth session that Agent Corin Blake made his first tentative contact. He was plain clothes, his suit slightly rumpled, his eyes holding the weary cynicism of a man who'd seen too much of the world's uglier side. He didn't mention the FBI, just introduced himself as independent consultant, looking into certain anomalous patterns regarding high net worth individuals seeking highly confidential, unorthodox therapeutic services. "Have you, Dr. Rowe?" he'd asked, his gaze steady, recently taken on any new clients matching that description. Perhaps someone reclusive, eccentric, who insists on in-home sessions and has unusual requirements. I was, by nature and training, wary. I gave him a polite, professional deflection. But his questions, his quiet intensity, lingered long after had gone. He knew something. The following session, Valak, for it was becoming increasingly difficult to think of him as simply Mr. Graves, was describing a feeling of an ancient binding, a forgotten imprisonment. He spoke of 3 cold circles, forever interlocked, and a pain that echoed beyond the erosion of galaxies. As he spoke, my iron pendant, which I'd taken to wearing on a longer, thicker chain, suddenly burned against my sternum with an intensity that made me gasp. It felt like a live coal. Valak's black eyes flickered, for the first time, with something that might have been surprise, or perhaps calculation. The session ended abruptly. The pendant, when I dared to touch it later, was icy cold, but the skin beneath it bore a distinct, angry red mark in the shape of 3 overlapping rings. Described became an unwelcome resident in my thoughts. My research into obscure occult symbology, conducted late at night in the sterile quiet of my own apartment, fueled by black coffee and a growing sense of unease, yielded disturbing results. The Iron Trion was an ancient, powerful binding sigil, used, according to fractured, half-forgotten grimoires and heretical texts, by medieval European mages and certain sequestered monastic orders to imprison or ward against immensely powerful, non-corporeal entities. Entities described as whisperers in glass, eaters of light, collectors of sorrows. My scientific skepticism, once a fortress, was now under siege, its foundations crumbling with each new, impossible revelation. Eric's ghostly whispers, once faint and easily dismissed, now grew in clarity and insistence, particularly during my increasingly fraught sessions with Valak. They were no longer just sorrowful echoes. They were warnings, fragmented but urgent. Lena, not him. The architect. Drexler. The first. Vessel. Broken. The name Drexler sent a chill down my spine. Dr. Calvin Drexler, my former university mentor. A brilliant, charismatic, and ultimately disgraced neuroscientist who had vanished from academia years ago amidst rumors of unethical experiments and a dangerous obsession with the unplumbed depths of human consciousness. Sylvia Huxley, with her uncanny ability to be present at precisely the right or wrong moment, further eroded my attempts at rational explanation. One afternoon, while ostensibly discussing Mr. Graves' fluctuating energy levels, she accidentally activated the archival function on the townhouse sophisticated security system. "Oh dear," she'd murmured, her eyes wide with feigned innocence as a series of date-stamped thumbnails appeared on the large monitor. "Mr. Graves is so particular about privacy. He usually has the internal visual recording disabled during sessions, but the motion sensors and audio, they always run." She pointed to the logs for my session days. Clear footage of me entering the study. Clear footage of me leaving an hour later. In between, nothing. Empty rooms. The audio logs for the corresponding times were even more disturbing. My voice, clear and professional, asking questions, making observations. And then silence. Or rather, not silence, but a low, pervasive static, within which, if I strained my ears, I could discern those same faint, sibilant whispers that formed Valek's voice in my mind. He wasn't just invisible to the eye. He was a cipher to technology. Later, Sylvia showed me a series of close-up photographs she'd taken with her phone. Hairline cracks, like frozen lightning, spreading across every single window pane in the townhouse, each new set appearing with chilling precision after each of Valek's visits. "Mr. Graves blames the city vibrations from the subway, of course," she'd said, her voice perfectly bland. "But the lines, they only run on the other side of the hill, don't they, Doctor?" Again, Blake contacted me again, his tone no longer tentative, but urgent, almost desperate. He didn't bother with pretenses this time. He laid out his FBI credentials and the grim reality of his investigation. 3 other prominent therapists in 3 different cities over the past 5 years. Al had taken on a new, extraordinarily wealthy, reclusive male client who insisted on in-home sessions and had unusual requirements, including, in 2 cases, a request for the therapist to wear specific metallic adornments. All 3 were now either missing, presumed dead, or had died under bizarre, unexplained circumstances, officially attributed to sudden psychological collapse or suicide, and the name that kept surfacing in the periphery of each case. As a former colleague, a consultant, or an interested academic observer before his own disappearance from the public eye. Dr. Calvin Drexler. "We think Drexler is curating these encounters, Dr. Rowe," Blake had said, his face grim. The cold in the room was a palpable entity, pressing in on me. His whispers in my mind were sharper, more insistent. He spoke of the exquisite architecture of a receptive human mind, of the perfect resonance. Then he made his offer, the one foreshadowed in the cryptic note. "Your companionship, Doctor, your intellectual acuity. It is a balm to an existence that has spanned epochs. But this vessel," he'd made a gesture that encompassed his immaculate aristocratic form. "It is but a temporary echo. I can offer you a solution to all endings, Dr. Rowe. A permanence beyond the vulgarity of flesh and time. True immortality. What price would you deem appropriate for such a gift?" My iron pendant seared against my skin, a silent, desperate alarm. Valek's offer of immortality hung in the frigid air of the study, a silken, venomous lure. My mind reeled, not with temptation, but with a sickening certainty. This wasn't therapy. This was a transaction, a prelude to a hostile takeover. I managed a carefully neutral, professional deflection, citing the need for further exploration of this complex metaphorical construct. Valek's black eyes regarded me with an unreadable, ancient patience. He knew I was stalling, and he seemed amused. I contacted Agent Blake immediately after the session, my voice tight with a fear that was rapidly eclipsing my skepticism. We met in a sterile, anonymous coffee shop, far from Beacon Hill. The clatter of cups and the murmur of mundane conversations, a jarring contrast to the silent, predatory opulence of Graves' townhouse. Blake listened, his face grim, as I recounted Valek's offer and the burning sensation from the iron pendant. He didn't dismiss it. Instead, he slid a small, heavy object across the table. It was an iron charm roughly forged in the shape of 3 interlocking rings. The Iron Triune. This was found at the scene of the last therapist's incident, Blake said, his voice low. It was clutched in her hand. Our occult forensics consultant. Yes, we have those. Says it's a powerful ward, but also a key of sorts. It resonates with the kind of entity we suspect you're dealing with. He looked me directly in the eye. Drexler's last known research before he went off-grid was into something he called symbiotic consciousness, transference, and the exploitation of archaic neural pathways to achieve a state beyond physical death. He believed certain ancient, non-corporeal intelligences held the key. The next session, I wore Blake's Iron Triumph hidden beneath my blouse, its weight a cold, comforting pressure against my skin. When Valek began to speak, his whispers probing, persuasive, I subtly steered the conversation towards Dr. Drexler, mentioning him as a figure of historical interest in the study of extreme psychological states. Valek's psychic voice, for the first time, faltered. A hairline crack instantly appeared on the heavy crystal decanter on the nearby drinks trolley. Then another, spiderwebbing across its surface with a series of sharp protesting pings. Drexler. Valek's whisper was laced with something new. A flicker of annoyance, perhaps, or a grudging respect. A flawed but ambitious architect. He sought to build bridges to realms best left uncharted by lesser minds. The therapy that followed was a battle of wills. Valek attempted to guide me through what he termed a journey into shared ancestral memory, a supposed regression into my own past lives, but I felt the insidious pressure, the attempt to overlay his experiences, his aeons of cold, predatory consciousness, onto my own. It was a suffocating, terrifying intrusion. Eric's voice, no longer a faint echo but a desperate, insistent shout within the chaos of my mind, screamed a warning. Lena, no! It's not your past, it's his. The Chamber of Echoes. He's building the bridge. Don't let him complete it. That night, a plain, unmarked courier envelope was delivered to my apartment. Inside, no note, just a slim, leather-bound journal. Drexler's. Sylvia Huxley's handiwork, I had no doubt. She was terrified, trapped, but fighting back in the only way she could. The journal's contents were a descent into megalomaniacal genius and occult obsession. Drexler's notes detailed his discovery of Valek, or rather, his deliberate reawakening of the entity from its ancient, iron-bound slumber. His theories on Lena's perfectly symmetrical brain patterning, a rare neurological trait had identified in her during her student years, making her, in his twisted view, the ideal focusing lens for Valek's vast consciousness, a conduit through which Drexler himself planned to achieve his own parasitic, post-human apotheosis. And then, the horrifying confirmation of Eric's fate. Subject, E.R. Eric. Initial conduit test. Neurological architecture. Incompatible. Insufficient symmetry. Result. Catastrophic psychic schism. Systemic biological failure. Lesson learned. Willpower is a factor, but structural psychic geometry is paramount. My husband hadn't just died. He'd been murdered, a failed experiment in Drexler's demonic alchemy. And then, tucked into the final pages, circled in red, was the third, unspoken, and most terrifying. The final rule. The entity Valak, once attuned to a suitable host, will seek to achieve resonant inversion by speaking the host's true, given name backwards. This act, if completed while the host's psychic defenses are lowered, e.g., during deep trance or extreme emotional distress, will irrevocably shatter the remaining barriers of self, allowing for full and permanent cognitive overlay. Should this occur, all individual consciousness is forfeit. The host must never allow the name to be fully spoken in this manner. My blood ran colder than Valak's study. I felt a sudden, premonitory dread. My phone rang. It was Sylvia, her voice a strained, panicked whisper. "Dr. Rowe, Mr. Graves. He's requested an unscheduled session. Tonight. He says it's urgent. He says he knows you've been uncooperative." The townhouse was darker than usual, the air thick with an almost visible tension. Valak was waiting, not in the study but in the grand shadowed foyer. His black eyes burned into me. There was no pretense of therapy now, only a cold, predatory hunger. Anel Ewar. His voice whispered in my mind, each syllable a shard of psychic ice. The sound of my name, twisted, inverted, a key, turning in a lock deep within my soul. The time for negotiation is over. The bridge is almost complete. You will be magnificent. The iron trion charm seared against my skin. A desperate, silent scream. Valak's inverted pronouncement of my name, Anel Ewar, struck with the force of a psychic battering ram. It wasn't just a sound in my head. It was a resonant, unmaking vibration that sought to unravel the very fabric of my identity. The iron trion charm Blake had given me flared with an intense, almost painful heat against my skin. A desperate, warding pulse against the demonic inversion. Eric's voice, no longer a fragmented whisper, but a clear, roaring torrent of protective fury, surged within the chaos of my mind. "No! Fight him, Lena! Don't let him finish the sequence! Remember the binding! The iron! Shatter the reflection!" The opulent foyer of the townhouse seemed to twist and distort around me. The gaslight fixtures flared with an unnatural, sickly green light, then dimmed, plunging us into a disorienting twilight. The air grew frigid, each breath a painful shard of ice in my lungs. Valak advanced, his form seeming to subtly shimmer, to grow larger, more insubstantial, his black eyes like portals into an infinite, devouring void. "Such resistance, Anel," his voice whispered, a silken caress laced with ancient predatory amusement. "Admirable, but ultimately futile. The template is established. The resonance is inevitable." He was trying to draw me deeper, to pull my consciousness entirely into his own horrifying mental landscape. The chamber of echoes Eric had warned me about. I could feel its tendrils, cold and insidious, probing at the edges of my sanity, promising release from grief, from pain, from the messy, inconvenient limitations of mortality, if only I would yield. Visions not my own, but his. Aeons of cold, indifferent observation. The rise and fall of forgotten empires. The slow, agonizing death of stars. The crushing weight of an existence devoid of warmth, of connection, began to bleed into my own. It was a terrifying, seductive abyss. "You won't have me, Valak," I spat, clutching the iron trion, its heat a grounding point in the swirling chaos. You are an echo of a forgotten age, a parasite seeking a host. And you, my dear doctor, he purred, are a fleeting spark, so desperate to cling to your insignificant flame. I offer you a galaxy. You cling to a candle. Suddenly, a new voice, chillingly familiar, cut through the psychic maelstrom, not in my head but spoken aloud, from the shadows of the grand staircase. Excellent, Valak. Her resistance is optimal. The psychic friction will only strengthen the final synaptic bridge. Dr. Calvin Drexler. He stepped into the dim light. No longer the respected academic I remembered, but a gaunt, almost feral figure, his eyes burning with a feverish, obsessive light. He held a complex, anachronistic-looking device, a lattice of gleaming copper wires, strange lenses, and humming vacuum tubes, clearly of his own mad design. Sylvia Huxley stood beside him, pale and trembling, her raven skull earrings stark against her ashen skin. She looked like a prisoner. Drexler, I cried, a new wave of cold fury washing over me. You orchestrated this. Eric, you murdered him. Drexler's lips twisted into a thin, dismissive smile. Eric Rowe was a regrettable necessity, Lena, a flawed prototype. His neurological architecture lacked the requisite symmetry. He fractured under the initial attunement. But you, my dear, you are a masterpiece of cerebral design, the perfect conduit. He gestured with his strange device. This resonance harmonizer will stabilize the transference, Valak. It will ensure a seamless integration. My consciousness will then bridge with yours, with hers. We shall become more. He was insane. He wasn't just abetting Valak. He was planning to hijack the process, to achieve his own twisted parasitic immortality through the Valak-Lena gestalt. The townhouse itself seemed to groan under the strain of the conflicting psychic energies. The air crackled. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the remaining windows, the sound like 1,000 tiny bones snapping. Spectral, half-formed figures, the tormented echoes of Valak's previous victims, flickered at the periphery of my vision. Their moans a dissonant chorus beneath Valak's insidious whispers. The offer still stands, Anel Ivor. Valak's voice insinuated, even as Drexler adjusted his machine, its hum growing louder, more invasive. Join me willingly. Share my ageless perception. Rule beside me. Or be consumed by my associates' rather crude, but effective methodologies. He was offering me a choice between two hells. It was then that Agent Corin Blake and his team made their entrance, not through the front door, but a side window, shattering it with a muffled thud. They were moving fast, a black-clad, heavily armed unit, but they were clearly unprepared for the sheer unreality of what they were walking into. Blake, his face grim, his weapon raised, took in the scene, me, pale and shaking. Valak, a shimmering figure of aristocratic menace. Drexler, a mad scientist with his infernal machine. And Sylvia, a terrified hostage. F by! Drexler! Hands up! It's over! Blake's voice was a shot of adrenaline, of mundane reality, into the supernatural chaos. Drexler merely laughed, a high, thin, unnerving sound. Over, Agent Blake. It has barely begun. He activated his device. A beam of focused, sickly green light lanced out, not at me, but towards Blake. Blake screamed, dropping his weapon, clutching his head. His eyes went wide with a sudden, unreasoning terror. No. The convoy. The ambush. My men. They're all dead because of me. His PTSD. His deepest trauma, brought to the surface. Amplified, weaponized by Drexler's machine, which was clearly designed to manipulate and exploit psychic vulnerabilities. Blake collapsed, writhing, lost in a waking nightmare. His team, disoriented by the sudden psychic assault and the warping reality of the foyer, hesitated, their training useless against this kind of warfare. Valak used the diversion. His form solidified, his black eyes fixed on me with renewed intensity. The final resonance in L. Yield or be unmade. His mental voice was a command, backed by the weight of eons. I was trapped. Drexler's machine hummed, ready to tear my mind apart. Valak's consciousness pressed in, vast and ancient. Blake and his team were incapacitated. But Eric's voice, a desperate, defiant roar, cut through the fear. The iron, Lena, the binding, he fears it. His reflection, shatter his own reflection, not just the glass. Use his loneliness against him. His loneliness, his ancient cosmic ennui. He wasn't just a predator. He was, in some twisted way, a prisoner of his own endless existence. And the Iron Trine, it wasn't just a ward. It was a symbol of his original binding. A psychic resonant key. I met Valak's gaze, pouring every ounce of my will, my grief for Eric, my rage at Drexler, into one focused point. I didn't try to push him out. I tried to understand, to reflect his own desolation back at him, amplified by the silent, judging presence of the Iron Trine charm burning against my skin. You offer immortality, Valak, I said, my voice surprisingly steady, speaking aloud. Not just in my mind. What is eternity? Without connection, without meaning. You are just a collector of echoes, rattling in an empty, infinite cage of your own making. For the first time, something flickered in those bottomless black eyes. Not surprise, not anger. Something akin to recognition. A flicker of his own ancient, unutterable despair, mirrored back at him. His advance faltered. The psychic pressure lessened infinitesimally. Drexler, however, was not to be deterred. Insignificant sentimentality, he shrieked, adjusting his machine, its green beam now swinging towards me. The Gestalt requires a clean slate. Your emotional detritus will be purged. The beam hit me. Pain, white-hot and absolute, seared through my skull. But intertwined with it, I felt a surge of something else. Eric, his love, his defiance, a shield of pure, unadulterated human connection, a final act of protection from within the fading echoes of his own stolen consciousness. He was fighting with me, for me. This was the true price of immortality. And I, Lena Rowe, was about to make Valak and Drexler pay it in full. Drexler's green beam of weaponized trauma seared through me, an agony designed to shatter my psyche and leave it ripe for Valak's full possession. But Eric's presence, a fierce, loving, defiant shield, forged in the crucible of my own grief and Valak's internal chaos, met it head-on. It wasn't a battle of strength, but of resonance. Drexler's machina amplified pain. Eric's echo amplified love, sacrificed the fierce, irrational tenacity of the human spirit. And as I channeled my own desperate defiance, my understanding of Valak's profound, cosmic loneliness, fueled by Eric's spectral intervention and focused through the burning Iron Trine, something shifted. It wasn't an attack on Valak, but an appeal to the suffocating weight of his own ageless desolation. You are empty, Valak, I projected, not my voice, but a wave of pure, empathetic understanding of his void. An eternity of watching, of collecting, yet never truly connecting. This isn't power. It's a prison of your own infinite making. The effect on Valak was not what Drexler intended. The ancient entity, for an infinitesimal, universe-spanning moment, recoiled. Not from pain, but from a truth so profound, so long denied, that its reflection was unbearable. His mental pressure, The insidious whispers faltered, replaced by a wave of something akin to psychic agony. The chamber of echoes within his mind seemed to shudder, the tormented spirits within wailing in a new, more desperate key, as if their jailer's own foundations were cracking. This psychic backlash, this momentary unmaking of Valak's ancient composure, ripped through Drexler's resonance harmonizer like a destructive feedback loop. The machine, designed to bridge and merge, now became a conduit for catastrophic psychic overload. Wires sparked and melted. Vacuum tubes exploded in showers of glass and acrid smoke. Drexler shrieked, a high, thin sound of disbelief and terror, as his own carefully constructed ambitions were incinerated by the raw, uncontrolled energies he had sought to command. He clawed at the device, then at his own head, his eyes wide with a sudden terrible understanding of his miscalculation. He had sought to ride the storm. Instead, he was being consumed by it. With a final choked gasp, Dr. Calvin Drexler collapsed, smoke coiling from his ruined machine, his body convulsing, then stilling, his eyes staring blankly at the ornate ceiling. A monument to a godhood he would never achieve. A monument to a godhood he would never achieve. Valak's physical manifestation in the foyer flickered violently, like a failing hologram. The aristocratic features contorted, for a moment revealing something older, more elemental, a being of pure swirling shadow and cold starlight, before snapping back. His whispered voice in my mind was no longer suave or persuasive, but a raw, ragged shriek of anguish and rage. The binding? No, not again. The iron. The iron. The townhouse, which had been warping and groaning under his influence. The unnatural cold receded rapidly, like a tide going out. The spectral figures that had flickered at the edges of reality vanished. The cracks in the glass, however, remained, a spiderweb testament to the forces that had been unleashed. Agent Blake, groaning, pushed himself up from the floor, his face pale and sweat slicked, the worst of Drexler's psychic assault having passed with the machine's destruction. His team, disoriented but recovering, began to secure the scene, their mundane training reasserting itself in the face of the inexplicable. Sylvia Huxley, who had been cowering near the staircase, slowly rose, her eyes fixed on Valak's diminishing form. There was no fear in her gaze now, only a strange, almost pitying sorrow. Valak, or what remained of his physical projection, turned his fading, bottomless black eyes on me. The whispers were weak now, laced with a despair that was no longer a tool of manipulation, but a genuine echo of his shattered state. You have unmade me, child of iron. Eric's presence, his loving, protective warmth, began to fade from my mind. His task done, there was a final faint whisper, not of warning, but of peace. Live, Lena, live. And then he was gone. Truly gone this time, his fragmented consciousness perhaps finding release as Valak's own fractured. With a final sighing whisper that seemed to carry the dust of dead galaxies, Valak's form dissolved, not into nothingness, but into a fine shimmering mist of black particles that swirled once, then were simply gone. The opulent foyer was suddenly, shockingly, save for the ragged breathing of the living and the distant, approaching wail of sirens. The iron trion charm in my hand was cool now, its fierce heat dissipated. The immediate threat was over, but the knowledge, the understanding of what lay just beyond the veil of mundane reality, that would remain a permanent, chilling alteration to the landscape of my soul. The weeks that followed were a surreal blur: official debriefings, sealed reports, and the quiet, persistent hum of questions that had no earthly answers. Agent Blake, to his credit, handled the FBI's end with a pragmatic, if deeply shaken, professionalism. Dr. Calvin Drexler was officially listed as deceased, victim of a catastrophic equipment malfunction during an unsanctioned private experiment. The Beacon Hill townhouse, now a place of whispered urban legend, was seized by federal authorities, its contents cataloged, its secrets, or most of them, buried under layers of classified documentation. Valak, as Mr. Alistair Graves, simply ceased to exist, a phantom who left behind no fingerprints, no provable records, only a substantial, untraceable sum of money that had appeared in my professional account. The final, silent payment for services rendered. Sylvia Huxley, after providing a carefully edited statement about her employment by the eccentric Mr. Graves and her fortunate absence during Drexler's tragic accident, quietly disappeared. Blake suspected she had connections to a wider, more shadowy network, individuals who dealt in the kind of arcane knowledge Drexler had pursued, but there was no evidence to hold her. I tried to return to my practice, to the familiar contours of grief counseling and trauma therapy, but the world felt different now, thinner. I found myself noticing the subtle play of shadows in a sunlit room. The white glass would sometimes catch the light with an almost predatory gleam, the faint, metallic tang in the air before a storm. My scientific certainty, once the bedrock of my career, had been replaced by a weary, cautious acknowledgement of far older, far stranger realities. The whispers were gone, but the silence they left behind was filled with an unnerving, watchful potential. Agent Blake visited me once, a few months later, not officially, but as someone who understood. He looked older, the lines around his eyes deeper. He'd been through his own internal debriefing, his own forced confrontation with the edges of sanity. They'll never officially acknowledge what happened in that house row, he'd said, nursing a cup of coffee in my quiet, deliberately mundane office. Too many questions, not enough comfortable answers. But we know. He placed a small, intricately worked iron triune pendant on my desk. Ah, colleague, in a very specialized department, thought you might appreciate this. Consider it professional insurance. I picked it up. It felt cool, solid, a tangible reminder of an impossible truth. Life, as it tends to do, found a new, quieter rhythm. The raw ache of Eric's loss had been transmuted, not erased, but integrated into a larger, more complex tapestry of understanding. He had saved me, in his own way, from beyond a veil I now knew was terrifyingly, breathtakingly thin. One crisp autumn morning, a year after the last session with Valak, a sleek, black limousine, the kind that speaks of old money and discreet power, pulled up outside my modest brownstone office. A woman I didn't recognize, impeccably dressed, with eyes that held a familiar, unnerving calmness, and wearing a pair of delicate silver Ravenskull earrings, stepped out. She introduced herself as the personal assistant to a new, highly confidential client who was seeking specialized therapeutic consultation. A client, she explained with a polite, knowing smile, who preferred in-home sessions, valued absolute discretion, and had only 3 very simple, very particular preferences regarding the conduct of their sessions. The first, she explained, her smile never wavering, was that I should always feel comfortable, and perhaps, for my own grounding, consider wearing a piece of simple, unadorned iron jewelry. My hand instinctively went to the iron triune pendant Blake had given me, hidden beneath my blouse. The cycle, it seemed, was not always broken. Sometimes it merely recalibrated. Sometimes it merely, and the universe, I was beginning to understand, always sent an invoice for services rendered, payable in ways one could never truly anticipate. The unseen world had my number, and it was, apparently, still calling. They say old schools have their ghosts, the lingering echoes of past triumphs and adolescent tragedies. But Ravenbrook High, a Gothic monolith of gray stone and ivy, swallowed by the deep, silent woods of remote Maine, felt different from the moment I first saw its skeletal bell towering the bruised twilight sky. It felt less haunted and more actively, patiently malevolent. I wasn't here by choice. I was here because of Liam. My older brother vanished from these hallowed creaking halls 2 years ago. The official story from the glossy Ravenbrook brochure. A gifted but troubled young man who tragically chose to abscond from his promising academic career was a line of polished bullshit I'd never once swallowed. Liam wasn't a runaway, he was a fighter. Something here had taken him. My first night in the oppressively quiet dormitory, Chestnut Hall, room 3B, Liam's old room, a detail the school administration had either overlooked or, more chillingly, deliberately arranged, was a study in unease. The ancient, clanking radiator hissed like a nest of unseen serpents. The wind, sighing through the ill-fitting window frames, seemed to whisper forgotten names, and sometime after midnight, when the old building had settled into its deepest, most profound silence, I heard it. A faint scritch-scratch from under my door. Hard hammering. I'd held my breath. When I finally dared to look, there was nothing but the dusty floorboards, and a small, neatly folded piece of aged, cream-colored paper, typed on an old-fashioned manual typewriter. The ink slightly smeared were 3 sentences, 3 rules. Rule 1. If you see your name written on any bathroom wall, in what appears to be blood, scrub it off immediately, before anyone else can possibly read it. My blood ran cold. This wasn't some upperclassman prank. There was a chilling specificity to it, a sense of grim, practical warning. The school itself was a labyrinth, echoing corridors lined with faded portraits of stern-faced headmasters whose eyes seemed to follow you, shadowy alcoves where the temperature inexplicably plummeted, classrooms where the chalk dust, stirred by unseen currents, never quite settled, carrying the faint, cloying scent of something old and deeply sorrowful, like pressed flowers in a forgotten funeral wreath. Liam's best friend, David Chen, before he'd suffered a complete nervous breakdown, and his parents had yanked him out of Ravenbrook in a state of near catatonia, had once babbled to me, his eyes wide with a hollow-eyed terror I now understood, about the second rule. If your history teacher, Milo, if she starts speaking in the past tense about your current life, about things you're doing right now, you take meticulous notes, understand? You write down every damn word. But for God's sake, whatever you do, don't ask any questions. Don't interrupt the narrative. My first history class was with Ms. Emily Vostai. She was a woman who seemed almost to float rather than walk. Slim, almost ethereal, always dressed in high-necked blouses of antique lace and long, flowing skirts that whispered against the polished floorboards. Her voice was soft, a gentle, hypnotic cadence, but her eyes, a pale, intelligent gray, held an unnerving perceptiveness, as if she could see the unspoken anxieties coiled deep within your soul. She was lecturing on the Puritan witch trials, her voice weaving a spell of historical dread. When she paused, her gaze sweeping the room before landing, with a subtle, almost imperceptible focus directly on me. And so, the accused, she'd murmured, her eyes holding mine, stripped of their identity, their very names becoming whispers in the dark, awaited a judgment beyond their comprehension. Much like young Master Harper, one might surmise, newly arrived and already feeling the weight of Ravenbrook's long, and often unspoken, chronicles. The other students just scribbled notes. I felt a prickle of ice on my spine. Later that day, I met Rena Mallory in the cacophonous, undersized cafeteria. She was sharp, cynical, her dark hair streaked with a rebellious purple, and she scoffed openly at what she called Ravenbrook's pathetic, manufactured ghost stories. I also encountered Theo Blackwell, another recent transfer, quiet and watchful, with an aura of someone who had seen too much too young. He didn't say much, just observed, his eyes missing nothing. It was after lunch, a grim, unidentifiable stew, that I made the mistake of using the third-floor boys' bathroom, a notoriously grim, echoing chamber of cracked tiles and perpetually dripping faucets. And there it was, scrawled crudely across the chipped porcelain of a stall door, in a substance that looked horrifically, convincingly like dried brownish-red paint, were two words. Milo hate. My heart leaped into my throat. Rule number 1. With frantic, clumsy haste, I grabbed a handful of rough paper towels, soaked them under a sputtering tap, and began to scrub, my breath coming in ragged, terrified gasps. The paint was stubborn, smearing before it finally, blessedly, began to fade. As the last trace vanished, I heard a faint sighing sound from the empty stall behind me, like a disappointed exhalation. The air in the bathroom suddenly felt degrees colder. The encounter in the bathroom left me shaken. The rules no longer an abstract curiosity, but a looming, visceral threat. I tried to confide in Rena Mallory, pulling her aside in the echoing, dust-mote-filled gloom of the main library. Rena, those stories, those rules, I think there's something to them. She just laughed, a short, sharp, incredulous sound. Oh, come on, Harper. You, the detective fiction aficionado, falling for a bunch of stupid boarding school pranks? Blood on the bathroom walls? Please. It's probably just ketchup, or some goth kid's idea of performance art. But the next morning, Rena didn't laugh. She found me before first bell, her face pale, her usual sarcastic bravado gone, replaced by a raw, naked fear. Milo, she whispered, her voice trembling. The girls' bathroom, second floor. Stall 3, my name. Renaman, it's there, in that stuff. Did you scrub it off? I asked, my own dread mirroring hers. She shook her head, a defiant, terrified stubbornness in her eyes. No, I'm not playing their stupid game. It's a prank, Milo. It has to be. I'm going to find out who's doing it. Despite my urgent, desperate warnings, my pleading for her to just obey the rule. Just this once, she refused. She was going to prove it was a hoax. Rena Mallory didn't show up for third period history with Miss Voss, or fourth period chemistry. By lunchtime, a search was quietly, then more frantically, underway. She was gone, vanished. The only trace, discovered by a horrified janitor, was a single, perfect, bloody handprint on the girl's bathroom mirror, directly above the stall where her name had been written. A handprint that was already, impossibly, beginning to fade, as if the glass itself were slowly absorbing it. That afternoon, history class felt like a funeral. Miss Voss, her face a mask of serene, thoughtful sorrow, stood before us. The topic for the day, according to the syllabus, was meant to be the fall of the Roman Empire. Instead, she spoke of Rena. Ravenbrook, as with all ancient institutions, she began, her soft voice barely a whisper in the unnaturally silent classroom, has its share of fleeting presences. Young Rena Mallory, for instance. Her tenure with us, though tragically brief, was marked by a spirited, if somewhat misplaced, skepticism. She questioned the established narratives. She challenged the accepted chronicles, a commendable trait in its own way. She spoke of Rena's favorite subjects, her declared ambitions, her academic strengths and weaknesses, all entirely in the past tense. She had a keen mind for debate, though her understanding of primary source validation was somewhat underdeveloped. Her contributions would have been valuable, had her time here not been so curtailed. The other students scribbled notes, their faces blank, uncomprehending. I sat frozen, Liam's friend David's terrified warning about rule number 2 screaming in my ears. I forced my numb fingers to move, to take down every single horrifyingly eulogistic word. Milo and I. No, just me now. Rena was gone. Theo Blackwell found me later, in the deserted bleachers overlooking the frost-rimed football field. He didn't offer condolences. He just sat beside me, his gaze fixed on the gray, brooding edifice of Ravenbrook. "It started for you, hasn't it?" he said, his voice quiet, almost devoid of emotion. "The game. I've seen it before. Different schools. Same rules, more or less. Different prefect." He finally looked at me, his eyes old, haunted. "The rules aren't just suggestions, Harper. They're survival. But sometimes even following them isn't enough." Later that night, I found Rena's history notebook abandoned on her empty desk in the dorm room she'd shared with 2 other now terrified girls. Tucked inside the back cover, on a loose sheet of paper, was a list she'd clearly been compiling. Names of Ravenbrook students from the past 20 years. Beside each name, a notation. Transferred mid-semester. Withdrew family emergency. Withdrew family emergency. Disciplinary expulsion. Record sealed. Dozens of names. And beside at least half of them, Rena, in her spiky, impatient handwriting, had drawn tiny, almost invisible question marks. And then, a chilling addendum, scrawled at the bottom. Voss taught all of them. How does she remember them all so perfectly? The disappearance of Rena Mallory and Miss Voss's chilling past tense ology had ripped away the last vestiges of my denial. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't mass hysteria. This was something real, something ancient, and something inexpressibly evil. And I was now undeniably a player in its grotesque game. The Hollow Prefect, as Theo had so grimly named the entity, began to make its presence more keenly felt. It was never a direct confrontation, not yet. Just a glimpse, a tall, impossibly gaunt figure in a tattered, outdated Ravenbrook uniform, seen for a split second at the far end of a long, shadowed corridor. Its face always obscured, always just turning a corner, always moving with a silent, gliding grace that died was profoundly unnatural. Sometimes, I'd hear its footsteps, a soft, deliberate tread just out of sync with my own, echoing in an empty hallway when I knew I was alone. The air around these sightings would grow deathly cold. The familiar school smells of floor wax and old books momentarily overwhelmed by a faint charnel scent, like damp earth and forgotten bones. It was during one of these periods of heightened unease, while I was seeking refuge in the upper stacks of the cavernous, dust-choked Ravenbrook Library, a place so vast and labyrinthine, it felt like a repository of forgotten sorrows, that the 3rd rule came into play. I was hidden away in a remote alcove, surrounded by crumbling volumes of forgotten lore, trying to find any historical reference to Ravenbrook's origins, to the land it was built upon when I felt it. A sudden, intense drop in temperature, the kind that made your breath catch. And then, a whisper, soft and trembling right beside my ear. "Please, can you help me?" I nearly jumped out of my skin, standing beside the bookshelf, her form translucent, flickering like a faulty fluorescent bulb, was a young girl. She wore an older style of Ravenbrook uniform, a pleated gray skirt, and a white blouse that seemed to shimmer with a faint, internal luminescence. Her eyes were wide, dark, and filled with an unbearable sadness. This was Lisa Carraway, or what was left of her. Her name was on Rena's list, marked withdrew, illness, 1998. You can see me, she whispered, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. Please, she implored, her spectral hands twisting together. My sister, Clara, she's a first year in Hemlock Hall. I broke her porcelain music doll, the one Grandmother Ainsley gave her. I never told her it was me. I said the cat did it. Can you tell her I'm sorry? Tell her. Tell her the ballerina still dances if you wind the key 3 times to the left, then twice to the right. She never knew the trick. Rule number 3. If ghost students ask you to deliver messages to their living relatives, fulfill these requests during lunch break. It seems so mundane, so oddly specific, compared to the grim finality of the other 2. But the sheer, desperate sorrow in Lisa's translucent eyes was undeniable. The next day, during the cacophony of lunch break, I found Clara Caraway, a small, timid girl, with eyes very like her sister's, picking at a plate of congealed pasta salad. Delivering Lisa's message felt surreal, like relaying a coded communique from another dimension. Clara's reaction was immediate. Her lower lip trembled, and then she burst into tears, not of sadness, but of a strange, bewildered relief. The ballerina doll, she sobbed. I always thought it was broken after Lisa. After Lisa left, I never knew. Later that afternoon, I returned to the library alcove. Lisa Caraway was not there, but the oppressive cold had lifted, and the air smelled faintly, not of dust and decay, but of old lavender, like a sachet tucked away in a forgotten hope chest. Fulfilling the request had, it seemed, brought some small measure of peace to at least one of Ravenbrook's unquiet spirits. Theo, meanwhile, had been busy in the school's archives, a place even more neglected and dust-laden than the library. He found what he was looking for. Original Ravenbrook School yearbooks from the late 1990s, the years Miss Voss would have been a new young teacher. He laid one open before me. There she was, Emily Voss. Younger, yes, but her face, her serene, knowing eyes, they were almost exactly the same as they were now, 25 years later. Unchanged, ageless, and in the group photo of the 1996 graduating class, Class Tina, several faces, I realized, with a fresh jolt of horror, had been subtly, almost invisibly, blurred, their eyes smudged with what looked like old, faded ink. Rena's list of names echoed in my memory. Just as that chilling realization was settling in, a faint shimmer appeared beside me in the dim archive light. Lisa Caraway. Her form was more stable this time, less flickering. Thank you, Milo, she whispered, her voice stronger. Her spectral tears, however, when they welled in her sad eyes, were no longer clear. They were black, like drops of ink. The message, it helped. But be careful. Her black tears began to fall. Her black tears began to fall. Your friend, Thea. He knows more than he says. And the other one. The loud girl who questions everything. She's not entirely wrong about the history teacher. Miss Voss, she doesn't just remember the lost students. She collects them. Lisa Caraway's black tears and a cryptic warning about Theo and Miss Voss left a lingering poisonous residue in my thoughts. The game, if that's what this grotesque charade could be called, was escalating with a terrifying, inexorable momentum. More names began to appear on bathroom walls, scrawled in that same, sickeningly realistic blood-like substance. Another student from my English class, a quiet boy named Samuel Bellwether, vanished overnight, his bed neatly made, his textbooks stacked, as if he'd simply evaporated. The hollow prefect's appearances became more frequent, less peripheral. I'd see its tall, gaunt silhouette at the end of a corridor, as a bell rang for class change. Its featureless face turned expectantly towards me before melting into the shadows. Once, I saw my own name, Milo Harper, final notice, appear in fresh, glistening crimson on the fogged-up mirror of the locker room after gym, only to realize with a surge of adrenaline that it faded as the hollow prefect's silent footsteps seemed to recede down the hallway. It was a direct summons, a targeting. Ms. Voss's history lessons transformed into thinly veiled, deeply personal allegories of my own unfolding nightmare. While discussing the doomed Franklin expedition, she spoke of navigators lost in uncharted territories, their maps useless, their compasses spinning wildly, their fate sealed by a refusal to acknowledge the ancient rules of a hostile, indifferent landscape. Her gaze, when it met mine, was no longer just perceptive. It was proprietary, almost possessive, as if I were a particularly interesting specimen under her academic, and perhaps not entirely academic, scrutiny. She began to speak of my current anxieties, my sleepless nights, my furtive investigations, all framed in the past tense. Her voice a soft, hypnotic dirge narrating my slow descent. Young Master Harper found himself increasingly isolated, his trust in his peers eroded by whispers and shadows. His attempts to apply logic to the illogical were commendable, but ultimately insufficient against the older, deeper currents of Ravenbrook's true curriculum. Theo, sensing my growing desperation, and perhaps wrestling with his own carefully guarded secrets, finally revealed more. He wasn't just a casual observer of these games. He was a survivor. Or, as he put it, collateral damage with a pulse. He led me, not to the archives this time, but deep into the bowels of Ravenbrook, through a series of locked service doors, and down a flight of narrow, crumbling stone steps I hadn't known existed. We emerged into a network of damp, earth-smelling tunnels, their brickwork ancient, clearly predating the current school building by centuries. Era, Theo explained, his voice hushed, his flashlight beam dancing across walls, covered in faded spidery graffiti and strange, repeating symbols. Symbols I recognized with a sickening lurch. They were identical to the ones I'd seen in the margins of Liam's old, discarded notebooks, the ones he'd become obsessed with in the months before he vanished. In a small, domed side chamber, clearly once used as a makeshift command post or illicit meeting place, Theo's light fell upon a large, crudely drawn map, etched directly into the damp stone wall. It was a schematic of the Ravenbrook grounds, but overlaid with a complex, star-like geometric pattern, a pentagram or something very much like it. And at each of its 5 vertices, and at several other key points within the school buildings, the library alcove, where Lisa Carraway first appeared, the 3rd-floor boys' bathroom, the old, disused bell tower. Small, X-shaped marks had been gouged into the stone. Locations of past disappearances, Theo confirmed, his voice flat. Locations of intense psychic energy. Nexus points for the Hollow Prefect's wanderings. This school isn't just built on something old, Milo, he said, his breath fogging in the frigid air. It is something old, a machine, a trap, and with a damn cogs. My dreams, or waking visions, I could no longer tell the difference, became consumed by Liam. Not the Liam who had vanished, but a younger, more vital Liam, trapped in this very game. His face etched with the same fear and dawning horror I now felt. He'd appear in the periphery of my consciousness, leaving behind fragmented clues, whispers of warning. Well, the rules are a cage, Milo, but they're also a key. Voss weaves them. She bends them. She doesn't play by them because she writes them. The prefect, it's a reflection. Find the source of the first echo. Back in the grim silence of that subterranean chamber, as Theo traced the lines of the occult map on the wall, His flashlight beam suddenly illuminated something else. Tucked into a crevice in the brickwork, wrapped in oilskin, a small, leather-bound journal. Liam's handwriting. My heart seized. With trembling fingers, I opened it. The ink was faded, the pages brittle, but the words were a desperate, terrifying chronicle of my brother's last weeks at Ravenbrook. His investigation into the game, his discovery of Miss Voss's true nature, his growing certainty that the Hollow Prefect wasn't just a random haunting, but a curated, cultivated entity. And then, a final chilling entry, scrawled in a frantic, almost illegible hand. It feeds on memory. The stronger the emotion, the sweeter the taste. Voss knows its favorite flavor. She cultivates it. She serves it. And it wears the faces of those it consumes. God help me. I think I just saw myself in the hall. Liam's journal felt like a live thing in my hands, thrumming with his fear, his desperate intelligence, his final, horrifying realization. The words, "It wears the faces of those it consumes." I think I just saw myself in the hall, echoed my own recent, sanity-shredding encounters. The Hollow Prefect wasn't just a passive entity. It was an assimilator, a collector of psychic skins, and Ms. Voss was its infernal curator. The game wasn't about survival in the conventional sense. It was about providing the most potent emotional resonance, the richest tapestry of fear and grief for the Prefect to feast upon. And I, with my raw, unprocessed sorrow for Liam, was undoubtedly a prime offering. Theo watched me, his face etched with a grim understanding. "He got close, didn't he?" he murmured, his breath pluming in the frigid air of the hidden chamber. "Your brother, he figured out more than most. He figured out Voss," I said, my voice tight. "She's not a player, Theo. She's the damn game master. She's an architect of this nightmare." Liam's journal was a roadmap through hell, but it was also, I realized with a surge of desperate hope, a potential weapon. He hadn't just chronicled his fear. He'd analyzed the Prefect's patterns, its reactions, its vulnerabilities. The Prefect is bound by the school's oldest unbroken rules. One passage read, circled multiple times, the original charter, the forgotten founding precepts that predate even Voss's own victory. She perverted them, twisted them to her purpose. If its own foundational rules are turned against it, if the offering is ritually impure, deliberately tainted, the ritual might shatter. She doesn't play by its true rules. She is its corruption. A plan, desperate and terrifyingly risky, began to form in my mind. The Hollow Prefect fed on authentic fear, on genuine grief. What if the offering was a deliberate, calculated counterfeit? What if its own rules of engagement were used to force a systemic error? "I have to provoke it, Theo," I said, my voice more resolute than I felt. "I have to make myself the most conspicuous target, but in a way that breaks its pattern, not just Voss's perversion of it." Back in the main school building, the atmosphere was thick with an almost palpable dread. Students moved like ghosts, their faces pale, their eyes darting nervously. The air was cold, the silence broken only by the rhythmic sighing groan of the ancient heating system, and the distant, mournful chime of the bell tower. Using a vial of theatrical blood I'd found in the dusty props cupboard of the rarely used school auditorium, a grimly ironic find, and a small, sharp shard of glass from a broken test tube in the deserted chemistry lab, I began my gambit. Not just one bathroom wall this time. Dozens. In the boys' rooms, the girls' rooms, risking expulsion or worse. But the stakes were far higher now, even on the chipped porcelain of the ancient water fountains. My name, Milo Harper, scrawled in large, dripping, crimson letters. But beneath each iteration of my name, I carefully, meticulously, drew a specific, archaic symbol Liam had sketched in his journal. A complex, interlocking knot design had found referenced in an old local history text. A symbol supposedly used by the original settlers of the area as a ward against things that walk in shadow and whisper untruths. A symbol predating Ravenbrook, a symbol of reflection, of confounding. The effect was almost immediate. The temperature in the corridors plummeted, the lights flickered and died, plunging the school into an eerie, disorienting gloom, lit only by the weak emergency strobes. A low, guttural moan, like wind tearing through a vast, empty cavern, seemed to emanate from the very walls. The hollow prefect was agitated. The offering was wrong. And then she was there. Ms. Emily Vostard, materializing at the end of the long, shadowed corridor leading to the main staircase, not with her usual ethereal grace, but with a sudden predatory stillness. Her soft, gentle features were gone, replaced by a mask of cold, ancient fury. Her eyes, no longer a pale, intelligent gray, now glowed with a faint internal luminescence, the color of dying embers. The high-necked lace blouse she always wore seemed to ripple, as if something old and desiccated lay beneath it. "You foolish, meddling child," she hissed, her voice no longer a soft whisper, but a dry, rasping sound, like stones grinding together. "You dare to tamper with the balance, with the great reciprocity? Your reciprocity is a slaughterhouse, Voss," I retorted, my heart hammering. Liam's journal clutched in my hand like a talisman. "You sacrifice children to maintain your own pathetic, stolen existence." She laughed, a sound like cracking ice. He laughed, a sound like cracking ice. "Stolen? It was earned, boy. In 1996, in this very hall, I faced the prefect. I understood its needs. I provided abundantly." Her eyes flickered with a horrifying, reminiscent pleasure. Homeroom Tena. Such a vibrant collection of youthful anxieties and untapped potential. They fueled my ascension. And you, Mile Harper, with your delicious, potent grief, your connection to a previous, almost winner who so very nearly disrupted the cycle. You were to be my masterpiece, the perfect capstone sacrifice to renew my pact, to ensure another generation of quietude. As she spoke, the hollow prefect began to coalesce behind her. It was larger now, more defined, its featureless face, a vortex of swirling shadow, its tattered uniform seeming to absorb the very light around it. It reached out a long, gaunt, skeletal hand towards me, a silent, irrefutable claim. Theo, who had been lurking in the shadows of a nearby alcove, suddenly burst forward, a heavy iron fire poker, wrenched from a disused common room fireplace, held high. "Not this time, you empty thing! You nothing!" he roared, his voice filled with a surprising, savage strength. He swung the poker, not at the prefect, but at the ancient, grandfather clock at the end of the corridor. A clock that, according to Liam's journal, was a key temporal anchor for the ritual. The poker shattered the clock face with a deafening crash of glass and splintered wood. The hollow prefect recoiled with a silent, agonized shriek, its form flickering violently. Miss Voss screamed, a sound of pure, inhuman rage, as the anachronistic anchor of her power was disrupted. The warding symbols I'd drawn on the walls began to glow with a faint, silvery light. "Lilium knew," I shouted, holding up his journal. "Lilium knew," I shouted, holding up his journal. "He knew your weakness. You feed on truth, on real emotion, but you can't digest a lie, can you? A reflected, tainted offering." I pointed to my name, scrawled in fake blood, underscored by the ancient ward. "This isn't a genuine sacrifice. This is an insult to your pathetic hunger." The hollow prefect thrashed, its shadowy form contorting, its silent screams echoing in my mind. It was being forced to confront the perversion of its own ancient pact, the corruption Voss had introduced. It was trying to consume me, but the warding symbols, amplified by my deliberate, defiant act of false sacrifice, were creating a psychic feedback loop, forcing it to taste not my fear, but the bitter ashes of its own corrupted nature, the echoes of every soul Voss had fed it. Lisa Caraway's spectral form suddenly appeared beside me, no longer timid, but radiating a cold, focused anger. "He is bound by the first sorrow, the one that birthed him here," she whispered, her black tears flowing freely. "Show him the face of his own despair, Milo. Reflect it." I looked at the hollow prefect, at Miss Voss, who was now visibly weakening, her youthful facade beginning to crack and peel like old parchment, revealing something ancient and withered beneath. I focused all my grief for Liam, all my anger at this place, all the fear and sorrow I had felt, not as an offering, but as a mirror. "Look at what you've become," I screamed, my voice raw. "A parasite, feeding on pain, orchestrated by a monster who perverted your own ancient hunger. Is this the eternity you offer?" The prefect let out one final, silent, soul-shattering shriek. Its form flickered then. With a sound like a vast, ancient tapestry tearing, it began to unravel, its shadowy essence dissolving not into nothingness, but into a million motes of cold, sorrowful light, each one a whispered echo of a forgotten name. The game was broken. The unraveling of the hollow prefect was not a quiet demise. As its shadowy form dissolved into those million motes of sorrowful cold light, the very fabric of Ravenbrook seemed to cry out in protest. The ancient stones groaned. The flickering emergency strobes pulsed erratically, then died, plunging the corridor into an almost absolute darkness, broken only by the faint, silvery luminescence still clinging to the warding symbols I had drawn. A wind, smelling of damp earth and centuries of dust, howled through the hallways, though no windows were open. It was as if the school itself, so long a vessel for the entity's parasitic presence, was experiencing a violent, agonizing withdrawal. Miss Voss shrieked, a sound no longer human, but the raw, thin cry of something ancient and cornered. Her carefully maintained facade of youthful serenity had completely crumbled, like old plaster falling from a desiccated corpse. Before my horrified eyes, her skin seemed to tighten over her bones, to yellow and crack like old parchment. Her hair, once a lustrous dark brown, thinned and grayed, becoming wisps of brittle, lifeless straw. Her eyes, those once captivating gray orbs, sank into their sockets, the faint, ember-like glow within them fading to a dull, vacant black. The stolen years, the vitality siphoned from generations of Ravenbrook students, were being reclaimed with brutal, accelerated interest. "No," she rasped, her voice now a dry, rattling whisper, like dead leaves skittering across a tombstone. "The pact, it cannot be undone." She reached out a claw-like hand, her fingers gnarled and twisted, towards where the hollow prefect had been, as if trying to grasp the dissipating motes of light, the spirits of those she had sacrificed, the students of Homeroom Tenna from 1996, and perhaps countless others from cycles before and after, now flickered into view, not as vengeful specters, but as pale, sorrowful echoes, their forms translucent, their eyes filled with a profound, weary sadness. They didn't speak, didn't threaten. They simply watched as their tormentor, their facilitator, was unmade. Their silent, collective grief, their stolen memories, seemed to become a crushing weight upon Voss, a mirror reflecting the enormity of her transgressions. She stumbled, her ageless grace gone, replaced by the palsied movements of extreme old age. My quietude. She wheezed, her voice barely audible. My preservation. She collapsed against the cold stone wall, slowly sliding to the floor, her form shrinking, desiccating, until all that remained was a pile of antique, lace-trimmed fabric, a few strands of silver hair, and the faint, lingering scent of dust and bitter regret. The game master had lost her final game. Theo, his face pale but resolute, stood over the remnants, the iron fire poker still clutched in his hand. The cycle. It had to break sometime, he said, his voice quiet, almost reverent in the sudden, echoing silence. Lisa Carraway's spectral form, still beside me, let out a soft, sighing breath. The black tears had stopped. Her form seemed lighter, less burdened. They are free now, she whispered, her gaze on the dissipating motes of light that had once been the hollow prefect, or at least freer than before. The worst of the echo has faded. She turned to me, a faint, grateful smile touching her translucent lips. Thank you, Milo. You listened, you remembered, and then, with a final gentle shimmer, she too began to fade, not into darkness, but into a soft ambient light, until she was gone. The unnatural wind died down. The oppressive cold began to recede, replaced by the normal damp chill of an old unheated building. The silence that fell was different now. Not the charged, watchful silence of before, but an empty, echoing quiet. The quiet of a place whose central, animating malignancy had finally been excised. We found our way out of the darkened school, Theo and I, stumbling through the debris-strewn corridors like survivors emerging from a forgotten war. The warding symbols on the walls were already beginning to fade, their silvery light dimming. The immediate threat was over, but the scars I knew, the memories of what Ravenbrook had truly been, would linger, etched into our souls like the names on those cursed bathroom walls. The official story, when it finally emerged weeks later, after a flurry of hushed investigations and panicked administrative meetings, was predictably bland and utterly insufficient. Ravenbrook High was declared temporarily closed due to unforeseen structural instabilities and severe environmental concerns requiring extensive remediation. The disappearances of Rena Mallory, Samuel Bellwether, and others from years past were attributed to a tragic pattern of student disaffection and runaway incidents, exacerbated by the isolated nature of the institution. Miss Emily Foss, they said, had suffered a sudden catastrophic medical event in her office. Her death attributed to advanced, undiagnosed degenerative illness. No mention of ancient entities, blood-scrawled rules, or a survival game played out in shadowed corridors. The truth, as always, was far too inconvenient for the official record. Theo and I were quietly and quickly transferred to different, much more mundane public schools in distant towns. We were the loose ends, the inconvenient witnesses to something the powers that be clearly wanted buried deeper than any Civil War-era tunnel. We exchanged a few awkward, stilted emails. Then, as often happens with shared trauma, the silence grew. Each of us left to process the horrors of Ravenbrook in our own way. The weight of what we'd seen, what we'd done, what we'd survived, was a heavy cloak, invisible to others, but a constant presence for us. I tried to forget. I focused on my studies, on the comforting, predictable logic of mathematics and science. But at night, in the quiet of my new, anonymous bedroom, the ghosts of Ravenbrook would sometimes stir. The scent of chalk dust and old sorrows, the faint, metallic tang of phantom blood, the echo of Ms. Voss's chilling, past tense pronouncements, and Liam, always Liam. His journal, which I'd kept hidden, was a constant, tangible reminder. I hadn't found him, not in the way I'd hoped, but I had, perhaps, understood him. And in breaking the cycle, in silencing the hollow prefect and unmasking its conductor. I hoped, given his restless spirit, and the spirits of so many others, some measure of peace. Years passed. I graduated high school, then college, forging a life that was deliberately, aggressively normal. Ravenbrook, with its ivy-choked walls and its legacy of fear, became a fading, nightmarish memory, a story I told only to myself in the darkest hours. Then one crisp autumn afternoon, a thick cream-colored envelope arrived in my mailbox. No return address. The postmark was smudged, unreadable. Inside, an invitation. Ornate, embossed lettering on heavy cardstock. The Ravenbrook Alumni Association cordially invites you to a special commemorative gathering, celebrating the resilient spirit and enduring legacy of Ravenbrook High, to be held on the newly restored and reconsecrated campus grounds. A date was listed for the following spring, and at the bottom, a single elegantly printed name. Memes, Evelyn Thorne, Head of Historical Preservation and Curriculum Renewal. My blood ran cold. Evelyn Thorne, a new name, but the title, Head of History, and the faint, almost imperceptible scent that clung to the expensive cardstock. Chalk dust, old paper, and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like forgotten lilies in a silent waiting room. I looked out my window at the ordinary sunlit street, at the children playing, at the world that had moved on, blissfully unaware of the shadows that lurked just beneath the surface. The game, it seemed, was never truly over. The rules might change. The players might rotate. The conductors might find new masks. But Ravenbrook always remembered. And it was always patiently waiting for the next class to enroll. The bell, I had no doubt, was about to ring. Some hotels aren't just buildings. They're portals. Welcome to the Ashevale Grand, a decaying relic nestled in the Oregon Cascades, where the guests are more than just check-ins, and the rules are life or death. My name is Caleb Dorn, and I took the night clerk job out of desperation. But I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the shift. What's the creepiest hotel you've ever stayed in? Tell me in the comments below, and if you're brave enough to step behind the check-in desk with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because tonight, the devil's in the details. The night shift begins. Some silences, I've come to learn, are not merely an absence of sound, but a presence in themselves, heavy and resonant with unspoken histories. The Ashevale Grand Hotel, a decaying art deco relic, swallowed by the brooding, ancient forests of the Oregon Cascades, practically suffocated in that kind of silence. I took the night clerk job out of a kind of quiet desperation, the sort that mutes your instincts and makes you sign on dotted lines you'd normally scrutinize. The pay was surprisingly good, the duties ostensibly simple, the faint persistent scent of sulfur and something akin to old, burnt ozone clinging to the antique lobby furniture. The way the shadows in the long, empty corridors seemed to deepen and coalesce when you weren't looking directly at them. Those were things I told myself I'd get used to. On my first shift, precisely at 11:00 p.m., as the last vestiges of daylight bled from the sky behind the jagged peaks, I found it. Pinned beneath a tarnished silver letter opener on the vast, polished mahogany check-in desk was a single crisp sheet of the hotel's heavy, cream-colored stationery. At the top, in elegant, slightly old-fashioned serif, the Ashevale Grand, Operational Imperatives, Night Staff. Below, 3 numbered points typed with an old, uneven mechanical ribbon that sometimes punched clean through the paper. 1. Always greet registered guests by their designated infernal titles, never by any human name they might have once possessed or currently affect. My brow furrowed. Infernal titles? This had to be some kind of elaborate, archaic role-playing instruction, a quirk of a hotel trying too hard to cultivate an old world mystique. Wesley Grange, The general manager had been the one to hire me. He was a man who seemed carved from polished obsidian, impeccably dressed in a slightly old-fashioned charcoal gray suit, his movements precise, his speech slow and deliberate, each word chosen with an almost unnerving care. He had an unsettling habit of not blinking for extended periods during conversation, his gaze steady, analytical, and utterly devoid of warmth. During my brief formal orientation, he'd emphasized only absolute discretion and unwavering adherence to established hotel policy. He hadn't mentioned any infernal titles. The Grand itself was a masterpiece of faded, almost funereal grandeur. Crystal chandeliers, their facets filmed with a fine layer of dust, cast a dim, mournful light over threadbare Axminster carpets. The long, carpeted hallways, lined with portraits of stern, unsmiling individuals who might have been previous owners or particularly dour long-term guests, were prone to impossible, chilling drafts, and the ancient floorboards often creaked, groaned in completely empty rooms, as if unseen patrons were constantly pacing, waiting. The previous night clerk, a nervous, perpetually sweating young man named Alistair Finch, had, according to the terse handover notes Grange had provided, terminated his employment abruptly due to unforeseen personal stress. Rule number 2, printed beneath the first, now seemed to offer a chilling potential context. If you see a version of yourself walking down any hallway, you must follow, maintaining a distance of exactly 7 paces behind. Do not deviate. Do not approach closer. Do not fall further back. Marla Yun, the day shift receptionist, a sharp, efficient woman in her late 20s, with tired eyes that had clearly seen too much bad coffee and not enough sleep, had offered me a rushed, almost coded warning as she'd clocked out, her voice barely above a whisper. "The title's Mr. Dorn," she'd said, her gaze flicking nervously towards the shadowed entrance of the grand dining room. "Always the titles. Some of our long-term guests are exceptionally particular about correct forms of address. Get it wrong, and they can become unpleasantly formal." She'd practically fled then, leaving me alone in the vast echoing lobby, the silence pressing in. My first hour was uneventful, a symphony of creaking timbers and the distant sigh of the wind in the surrounding pines. Then, just after midnight, the heavy oak front doors, which I was sure had securely bolted, swung silently inward. A man stood silhouetted against the moonlit forest. He was unnaturally tall, clad in a perfectly tailored dark suit that seemed to absorb the dim lobby light. As he stepped inside, the temperature in the lobby plummeted by a good 10 degrees. I fumbled, for the guest ledger Grange had left open on the desk. A separate, older, handwritten volume bound in cracked, blackened leather, its pages filled with an archaic, spidery script. "Preferred guest register." Its embossed gold lettering read. The man glided towards the desk, his movements unnervingly fluid, his footsteps making no sound on the marble floor. He offered no name, presented no reservation. He simply waited. I scanned the ledger, my heart thudding. There, under tonight's expected arrivals, Overseer Malthus. The credit card had silently slid across the counter, however, a sleek platinum affair. Read Mr. Alistair Smith. For a horrifying second, I almost said it. "Welcome to the Ashvale Grand, Mr. Smith." But Marla's warning, Grange's emphasis on hotel policy, echoed in my mind. I took a breath. "A pleasure to welcome you, Overseer Malthus," I managed, my voice sounding thin and reedy in a sudden, intense cold. "We have your usual suite prepared," the man smiled, or rather his thin, pale lips stretched slowly, revealing teeth that were just a fraction too long. too pointed. His eyes in the dim light seemed to glow with a faint internal crimson luminescence. "Your diligence is," noted night clerk. A voice whispered directly into my mind, sibilant and ancient. Though his lips hadn't moved, he inclined his head, a gesture of almost regal condescension, and glided towards the ornate wrought iron elevator cage. Liar. When I replayed the lobby security camera footage, an old habit from my previous, much more mundane job as a CCTV surveillance technician, my blood ran cold. Why, over there, Malfas, as he'd moved through the lobby, cast no reflection whatsoever in the polished marble floor, nor in the gleaming glass of the antique display cases that lined the walls. He was quite simply not there. The following nights at the Ashvale Grand settled into a pattern of quiet dread and escalating, unignorable strangeness. The air always seemed thick with unspoken secrets, the silence punctuated by the sighing groans of the old building and the faint, persistent scent of sulfur, which was always strongest near the corridor leading to room 313, a suite listed in the preferred guest register as being under permanent reservation. Baron Astaroth. I never saw anyone enter or leave that room, but sometimes, late at night, I would hear what sounded like faint, intricate music, played on instruments I couldn't name, drifting from beneath its heavy oak door. Jonas Bell, the night security guard, became a fixture of my unsettling evenings. He was a man in his late 40s, his face a roadmap of sleepless nights and unshakable terror, his eyes constantly darting into shadows, his hands a tremor. He'd patrol the long, empty hallways, muttering to himself, sometimes stopping to trace invisible patterns on the flocked wallpaper with a trembling finger. The steps. Gotta get the steps right. He'd whisper, if he thought no one was listening, 7 paces. Not 6, not 8. The shadow knows. The shadow always knows if you're wrong. It was on my 4th night, during a routine check of the West Wing, a notoriously cold and disused section of the hotel, that the second rule slammed into my reality with the force of an ice pick to the skull. I turned a corner into a long, dimly lit corridor lined with faded portraits of forgotten dignitaries, their painted eyes seeming to follow my progress. And there, about 30 yards ahead, his back to me, walking with my exact gait, wearing my exact uniform, was myself. My heart leaped into my throat. It was an absolutely perfect, undeniable replica. The way he held his shoulders, the slight hesitation in his left step, the way his hand brushed against the wall, as if for balance. All me. Rule number 2, follow at exactly 7 paces behind. My mind screamed denial, rationalization, a trick of the light, exhaustion, the onset of the personal stress that had claimed Alistair Finch, but the sheer, unambiguous reality of my own doppelganger moving away from me down that corridor was irrefutable. With trembling legs, I began to follow, meticulously counting out the paces. 1, 2, 3. The air grew colder. 4, 5, 6. My shadow self reached the end of the corridor, where an ancient, full-length, gilt-framed mirror reflected the dimly lit hallway. 70. I stopped, precisely 7 paces behind, as my doppelganger reached the mirror, hesitated for a fraction of a second, then stepped into it, disappearing without a ripple, as if the silvered glass were water. When I cautiously approached the spot, heart hammering, the mirror reflected only my own pale, terrified face. There was no sign of entry, no hidden passage, just the cold glass, and on its surface a faint, almost invisible handprint, as if someone had pressed against it from the other side, and the air around the mirror carried a distinct, chilling scent of ozone. like the aftermath of a powerful electrical discharge. I confided, somewhat elliptically, in Clara Meyer, the young, perpetually nervous housekeeper who serviced the third floor. The floor containing Baron Astaroth's room 313. She was a pale, bird-like woman who always seemed on the verge of tears. Sometimes, she'd whisper to me one morning, her eyes wide with a fear she clearly couldn't articulate to Grange. "When I'm cleaning, the rooms are empty, Mr. Dorn, but the mirrors, they show people watching me." Sometimes, I clean a room perfectly, like I always do. And when I come back later for the turndown service, there are handprints on the inside of the windows, too many fingers on the hands, and the writing. She'd shuddered. Sometimes I find writing on the lampshades, on the dusty sills. My name, Clara, scrawled over and over in what looks like rust. Later that same shift, after the encounter with my doppelganger, I found the first one, tucked into my employee locker, which I always kept securely locked, was a single sheet of the Ashvale Grant's heavy, cream-colored stationery. On it, written in what was unmistakably, chillingly, my own handwriting, was a short, despairing note. "The silence is too loud. The faces in the glass won't stop whispering. Can't stand another night of their judgment. This place is a tomb, and I'm already one of its ghosts. Forgive me." It detailed a profound, soul-crushing despair, referencing a specific, vivid memory of a childhood accident, a bicycle crash, a broken arm, a feeling of utter abandonment, a memory I had absolutely no recollection of ever experiencing. My childhood had been uneventful, almost boring. I stared at my own handwriting, detailing a life, a trauma, that wasn't mine, yet felt, as I read it, terrifyingly, intimately familiar. With shaking hands, I crumpled the note and burned it in the heavy glass ashtray on the lobby desk. The smoke alarm thankfully disconnected in the swing. "Why do you cannot see until now what I never indeed I maybe dykes." The suicide note, my own handwriting narrating a stranger's despair, gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I began to document everything. The flickering lights in the east wing, the persistent whispers that seemed to coil around me in empty corridors, the way the temperature would invariably plummet by several degrees whenever I passed room 313. That room, Baron Astaroth's domain, had become the nexus of my unease. I never saw him enter or leave, yet the faint scent of sulfur and something else, something ancient and metallic, like cooled lava, always seemed to seep from beneath its heavy, dark-stained oak door. Sometimes late at night, when the rest of the hotel washed in its profound, unnatural silence, I would hear it, faint, impossibly complex music, like a debased orchestra of glass and bone, its melodies both beautiful and deeply, fundamentally wrong. My research into the Ashvale Grant's history, conducted in hushed whispers with the archivist at the Clackamas County Historical Society during my precious daylight hours, yielded little beyond tantalizing, unsettling fragments. The hotel had been built in the late 1920s by a reclusive industrialist with known occult leanings, one Alistair Crowe, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances shortly after its completion. The land itself, the archivist had told me with a shiver, was considered unhallowed by the local Native American tribes, a place of bad medicine and thin veils where the spirits of the deep earth were said to wander. There were veiled newspaper clippings from the 1930s and 40s mentioning previous owners who had also vanished, or had been found dead by their own hand, or had simply descended into babbling madness. The Ashvale, it seemed, had a long and storied history of consuming its caretakers. It was on a Tuesday, exactly 1 week after my encounter with my doppelganger, that Baron Astaroth formally requested my presence. The summons wasn't a phone call or a note. It was a sudden intense pressure in my mind, a cold, clear, sibilant thought that was not my own. Night clerk, room 313. Your attendance is anticipated. My feet felt like lead, but some unseen compulsion drew me towards the third floor, towards that ominous silent door. I knocked. The door swung inward silently, revealing a suite that defied the hotel's faded Art Deco aesthetic. It was opulent, yes, but in a style that felt centuries older. Heavy, dark tapestries depicting scenes of cosmic upheaval and infernal courts. Furniture carved from a black obsidian-like wood, and the air thick with the scent of exotic incense. That same underlying chill. No windows were visible. The light came from flickering, crimson-hued candelabra that cast dancing, distorted shadows. And there, seated in a high-backed, throne-like chair, was Baron Astaroth. He was, as before, unnaturally tall, his tailored black suit seeming to absorb the very light around him. His eyes, those deep, unsettling pools of burning crimson, fixed on me. He gestured towards a smaller, intricately carved chair opposite him. "Be seated, Caleb Dorn." His voice whispered in my mind. The use of my full name, not just night clerk, sending a fresh shiver down my spine. "We have matters of mutual interest to discuss." The discussion was a masterclass in psychological vivisection. Astaroth didn't threaten. He didn't cajole. He simply probed. He spoke of the inherent fragility of the human psyche, the delicious complexities of guilt, the exquisite artistry of well-cultivated regret. He recounted, with an almost academic detachment, an incident from my early adolescence, a minor act of petty theft I'd long forgotten, a stolen candy bar, the subsequent shame, details no one but I could possibly know. He twisted it, amplified it, imbued it with a crushing weight of moral failure. He spoke of loneliness, of the fear of oblivion, his voice a silken, hypnotic thread weaving a tapestry of my deepest unspoken anxieties. He made no demands, offered no explanations for the hotel's strangeness. He merely observed my reactions, his crimson eyes gleaming with a connoisseur's appreciation. The session, if it could be called that, ended as abruptly as it began, with a dismissive wave of his long, pale hand. I stumbled out of room 313 feeling psychically flayed, my mind a raw, exposed nerve. The corridor outside felt blessedly, mundanely normal, though the scent of sulfur now seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin. When I reached the main check-in desk, another sheet of Ashvale Grand stationery lay waiting. Another suicide note in my precise handwriting. The Baron sees all, knows all. The weight of my small, wretched life is unbearable under his gaze. The silence he offers is a mercy. It detailed, with horrifying accuracy, the exact anxieties, the specific childhood memory of the stolen candy bar Astaroth had just so clinically dissected. And on the back of this note, almost invisible unless you caught it in the right light, was a tiny, intricately drawn symbol, a 7-pointed star, etched with what looked like a razor-fine needle. The suicide notes were becoming a grotesque ritual, an infernal feedback loop. Each encounter with the hotel's strangeness, each psychic prod from Astaroth, was followed by a meticulously crafted testament to my supposed despair, written in my own hand. I started hiding them, then burning them, a futile act of defiance against a creeping, insidious certainty that I was losing myself, that my memories, my very identity, were being subtly, terrifyingly rewritten. My waking hours were a tightrope walk of forced composure. My brief, exhausted snatches of sleep were a maelstrom of Astaroth's crimson eyes, my own spectral doppelganger beckoning from shadowy corridors, and the chilling, whispered cadence of my own. Fact, suicide notes. Jonas Bell, the tormented night guard, became an unwilling oracle. One rain-lashed morning, Just before dawn, I found him in the cramped security office, his face illuminated by the flickering CCTV monitors, obsessively replaying a grainy timestamp piece of footage. His own incident. It showed Jonas, his face a mask of confusion and dawning horror, following his own spectral double down the East Wing corridor. The double stopped, turned, and its face was not Jonas for a horrifying split second, before the footage devolved into a snowstorm of static. The doppelganger's features had resolved into a mask of swirling shadow, from which two pinpricks of malevolent red light had gleamed. Baron Astaroth's eyes. The steps. Jonas whispered, his voice cracking, his gaze fixed on the screen. I think I got the steps wrong. Or it wanted me to. It showed me what it really was. He shuddered violently, then lapsed back into his usual litany of muttered anxieties. My desperation reached a breaking point. Wesley Grange. He was the constant, the calm, unblinking eye at the center of this storm. He had to know. During one of his rare brief absences from the hotel for a supply procurement trip, an occurrence Marley Yoon had discreetly alerted me to. I picked the lock on his meticulously organized office. It felt like violating a crypt. The air within was cold, still, smelling faintly of old paper and Grange's expensive, clove-scented cologne. And there, hidden beneath a false bottom in his antique walnut desk, I found it. Not a guest ledger. A staff ledger, bound in the same cracked, blackened leather as the preferred guest register. But its pages, yellowed and brittle, were filled with the names of Ashvale Grand employees. Stretching back, I realized with a sickening lurch, over at least 50 years. Each entry was stark. Name, date of engagement, position, and then a final chilling notation, always in Grange's precise, copperplate handwriting. Contract fulfilled, cycle concluded. Or sometimes simply, renewal pending. Many of the names were repeated, multiple times, with different start dates, years, sometimes decades apart. Alistair Finch, Jonas Bell. 3 previous entries, all marked, cycle concluded. And then, my own name, Caleb Dorn. My heart hammered against my ribs. Caleb Dorn, night clerk, start date, 3 years prior. Conclusion, cycle concluded. Caleb Dorn, night clerk, start date, 2 years prior. Conclusion, cycle concluded. Caleb Dorn, night clerk, start date, 11 months prior. Conclusion, cycle concluded. And then, the current entry. Caleb Dorn, night clerk, start date, last month. The conclusion date field was chillingly, expectantly, blank. I wasn't the first Caleb Dorn to walk these haunted halls. I was merely the latest iteration. As I stared at the grim testament to my own recurring damnation, Marla Yoon, who must have been watching the corridor, slipped into the office. She looked at the open ledger, then at my face, her own pale, with a mixture of fear and pity. She didn't speak, just pressed a small, heavy cold object into my hand. It was an old, tarnished iron railway token, the kind used on steam trains a century ago. My grandmother. She grew up near here, Marla whispered, her voice barely audible. She used to say a piece of old iron, true iron, kept the bad dreams away, and some of the things that walk these mountains, they don't like it. They can't abide it. She backed out of the office, leaving me alone with the ledger and the cold, solid weight of the iron token in my palm. That night, there was a fresh suicide note waiting for me. Not in my locker, not on the desk, but on my pillow in the small, Spartan staff quarters adjoining the lobby. This one was different, shorter, more desperate, and dated, not for today, but for tomorrow. I can't do this again, Wesley. It read, my own handwriting, a trembling, panicked scrawl. Not another cycle. I can't. Let this be the last time. Please, make it stop. The ink was still slightly damp. The desperation. The terror. It felt utterly, terrifyingly, undeniably mine. As if I had just written it in a moment of clarity I couldn't now recall. The game wasn't just repeating. The suicide note, dated for a tomorrow I might not live to see in this current iteration, was a psychic breaking point. The knowledge from Grange's ledger, the repeated cycles of my own name marked, concluded, the chilling implication that my memories, my very sense of self, were a carefully curated, recurring script. It was too much to passively endure. It was too much to passively endure. The iron railway token felt heavy and real in my trembling hand. A small, cold anchor in a sea of unraveling sanity. I had to confront them. I had to confront them. Not just Astaroth, the demonic marionettist, but Grange, the human overseer of this infernal repertory theater. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, but a cold, desperate resolve was solidifying within me. The rules, always greeted by infernal titles. Follow your doppelganger at 7 paces. When you find suicide notes in your handwriting, you've died here many times. They weren't just guidelines for survival. They were the mechanisms of the trap, and rule number 3, I now understood, wasn't a warning. It was a statement of my horrifying cyclical fate. I bypassed the elevator, taking the creaking back stairs to the 3rd floor. The iron token clutched tight. The corridor leading to room 313 was colder than usual. The air thick with that familiar, cloying scent of sulfur and old, dead fires. The silence was absolute, heavy, as if the hotel were holding its breath. I didn't knock. I had pushed the heavy oak door open. Baron Astaroth was there, as I knew he would be, seated in his throne-like chair, wreathed in shadows that seemed to writhe and coalesce around him, his crimson eyes like dying embers fixed on me as I stepped inside. There was no surprise in them, only a detached, ancient amusement. The prodigal returns, his voice whispered in my mind, a silken, mocking caress. So soon after penning such a poignant farewell? Or is this merely the overture to your next inevitable performance, Caleb Dorn? This performance is over, Baron, I said, my own voice sounding surprisingly steady, buoyed by a desperation that had transcended fear. I held up the iron token. I know about the cycles, about Grange Ledger, about my predecessors. Astaroth's thin lips curved into that slow, chilling smile. Knowledge. A burden, is it not? For such a fleeting consciousness, you are a favored subject, Caleb. Your psyche, with its particular blend of resilience and despair, provides such a rich tapestry with each unraveling. Each note of your anguish is a unique chord in the grand symphony of mortal folly. Most simply, break. You, however, you echo with such fascinating complexity. The room seemed to grow darker, colder. The shadows deepened, and from within them, I caught glimpses of other faces, other eyes, pale, tormented, flickering specters, the trapped essences of those who had come before me, perhaps. The previous Alistair Finches, the Jonas Bells before his mind had shattered, the countless other night clerks who had signed Grange's infernal contract. This hotel, I pressed, my grip tightening on the iron. It's not just a place for you to observe. It's a machine, a processing facility, and the staff were the grist. Perceptive, Astaroth conceded, a hint of something that might have been respect, or perhaps just sadistic appreciation in his mental voice. The ashvale serves as a crucible. It refines the raw material of human suffering into something far more potent, more sustaining immortality, as your kind so crudely covets it, is merely a recurring loop of exquisitely tailored torment. Unless one truly understands and masters the terms of the arrangement. He leaned forward, his crimson eyes boring into mine. And you, Caleb Dorn, are on the cusp of such understanding. Perhaps this time, you will write a different ending to your note. Perhaps you will finally negotiate. As he spoke, the psychic pressure in the room intensified. My worst fears, my deepest regrets, the manufactured despair from the suicide notes, all surged through me, amplified, weaponized. I felt my own hand, an invisible force guiding it, begin to tremble, reaching for an imaginary pen. The urge to write, to succumb, to finalize my own damnation, almost overwhelming. It was then that Wesley Grange stepped out from a deeper shadow, near the heavy velvet drapes, materializing as silently and suddenly as one of Astaroth's own spectral minions. He was holding a small, leather-bound book, his private ledger. His face was, as always, an unreadable mask of calm, professional composure. But his eyes, those unblinking reptilian orbs, held a new, predatory gleam. "Impressive, Mr. Dorn," Grange said, his voice the usual slow, deliberate monotone, yet underscored with a chilling satisfaction. Few reach this stage of awareness, most simply fulfill their contractual obligations, and accept the subsequent personnel review. He gestured vaguely towards Astaroth. "The Baron has taken a particular interest in your development. You," I choked out, a fresh wave of cold fury washing over me, momentarily eclipsing Astaroth's psychic assault. "This is your doing, Grange. The ledger, the rules, the cycles." "Order, Mr. Dorn," Grange corrected smoothly. "I provide order, Structure. The Ashvale has unique operational requirements. My role is to ensure its continued smooth and profitable function, and to ensure its esteemed clientele remain satisfied." He paused, his gaze unwavering. "And yes, the rules are my design. A framework, if you will, to facilitate the curated experiences the Baron so enjoys. A way to ensure each employee reaches their full potential for contribution." The iron token in my hand suddenly burned, an intense, almost painful heat. Astaroth recoiled slightly, his crimson eyes narrowing, his mental voice a hiss of annoyance, the metal an irritant, crude but momentarily effective. Grange's unblinking gaze flicked to the token, then back to my face. A flicker of something surprise, calculation, crossed his features. Ah, yes, the quaint superstitions of the locally employed. Iron. A charming anachronism. He opened his ledger. "You are correct, Mr. Dorn. You have concluded your cycle here many times, always with such dramatic flair." He ran a manicured finger down a page. "The despair you feel now, the note you are about to write, it is a well-rehearsed performance." "Then why?" I demanded, the heat from the iron token spreading up my arm, a defiant counterpoint to the room's oppressive chill. "Why the pretense? Why not just take me?" "Because, Mr. Dorn," Grange said, a thin, almost invisible smile touching his lips, "the true artistry lies in the voluntary surrender, the illusion of choice. It makes the final offering taste so much sweeter for our patrons." He looked towards Astaroth. "And because, as you have so astutely surmised, I was once where you stand now, the first night clerk to find his own name on a suicide note, the first to face the Baron's recurring critiques." My mind reeled. Grange, the architect and Guish his own torment. now its perpetual curator. I made a pact, Mr. Dawn, Grange continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying the weight of decades of damnation. A severance package, if you will. My own cycle was concluded in exchange for ensuring a steady, reliable supply of replacements. Individuals such as yourself, whose particular blend of resilience and latent despair promises a truly memorable stay. The rules I designed ensure the breaking point is reached with optimal efficiency. Astaroth, recovered from the iron's momentary sting, chuckled in my mind. A dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering across a tombstone. The intermediary is most diligent. He understands the art of the contract. Perhaps you will learn from him, Caleb Dorn. Perhaps this time you will not merely sign the note. Perhaps you will finally add your own clause. The room seemed to tilt. The Baron, impatient now, his psychic assault redoubling, trying to force my hand to make me write that final damning note. Grange, watching with his cold, unblinking eyes, a silent judge, a fellow prisoner who had bought his freedom at an unimaginable price. And me, Caleb Dorn, standing on the precipice of another scripted death, clutching a piece of old iron, the only weapon I had against an eternity of meticulously curated despair. The question wasn't whether I would die again. The question was, could I change the ending to this particular, horrifying performance? The full weight of my horrifying cyclical reality pressed down on me. Grange's dead-eyed confession, Astaroth's amused, predatory anticipation. I was a rat in an infernal maze of their joint design. The psychic pressure from the Baron intensified, urging my hand to find a pen, to script my own demise once more. The familiar tendrils of manufactured despair, the phantom memories of failures not my own, began to coil around my thoughts. But this time, something was different. The iron railway token in my hand wasn't just hot. It was a focal point, a grounding rod. And Grange's words, perhaps you will finally add your own clause, echoed with an unintended, desperate resonance. Astaroth had spoken of mastering the terms of the arrangement. The rules were Grange's, but the contract, the original, underlying contract with whatever ancient power resided here, or with Astaroth himself. Perhaps it had loopholes Grange had never dared, or never been desperate enough to exploit. I looked at Astaroth, his crimson eyes burning with an impatient hunger. I ignored the psychic assault, the whispers, the crushing weight of despair, focusing instead on the solid, defiant heat of the iron. You enjoy these performances, Baron, I said, my voice surprisingly calm, my gaze steady. This curated despair. But what if the performance changes? What if the subject improvises? Astaroth's mental voice was laced with a bored condescension. What indeed? Improvisation merely adds texture to the inevitable, Night Clerk. All narratives lead to the same poignant conclusion in this establishment. Not if the narrative breaks your rules, I countered. Or rather, Grange's rules. What are the original terms of severance, Baron? Not this endless, looping renewal. The true, final checkout. There must be one. Even for you, there must be an original point of agreement. A foundational clause before Grange started. Managing the talent pool. For the first time since I'd entered room 313. Baron Astaroth hesitated, his crimson eyes narrowed, not with anger, but with a flicker of something ancient and analytical. The psychic pressure lessened fractionally. Grange, however, stiffened, his unblinking gaze suddenly sharp, alarmed. Mr. Dark, stick to the established protocols, he interjected, his voice a low, warning hiss. Deviations are ill-advised, are they, Wesley? I shot back, turning to him. The iron token held out slightly. Or are deviations simply inconvenient for your particular arrangement? You found a way to step out of the cycle by feeding it others. But what if the offering refuses to be consumed in the prescribed manner? What if the offering demands to see the master contract? Astaroth's mental voice, when it came, was thoughtful, almost intrigued. It was a chilling shift from his usual sadistic amusement. It was the intermediary has indeed proven adept at managing the recurring tendencies. But you, Caleb Dorn, you are the first in many, many cycles to question the lease itself, rather than merely railing against the decor of your cell. A dry, rustling chuckle echoed in my mind. Curious. The foundational pacts are complex. Severance, true severance, requires a specific recalibration of accounts, a balancing, a sacrifice. I pressed. Another soul for mine? Another soul for mine. That strange muddle. Crude. Astaroth's voice dismissed. Effective for its limited purpose, but lacking elegance. The original accord. It speaks not of replacement, but of transference, of a burden willingly shouldered. Yes, but also willingly. Redirected to one already bound by similar, or indeed heavier, chains. His gaze, if I could interpret a demon's mental projection, seemed to flicker towards Wesley Grange. Grange took a step back, his calm facade finally cracking, a sheen of sweat visible on his pale forehead. This is not part of the agreement, Baron. He is the subject. His cycle is predetermined. Predetermined by you, Wesley, I said, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. You designed the rules to keep us trapped, to make us break in a way that was palatable. But what if the true escape isn't to die, or to find a replacement, but to invoke a clause you conveniently forgot to include in the employee handbook? I turned back to Astaroth, the iron token now feeling less like a ward and more like a bargaining chip. What if the burden this recalibration of accounts can be transferred to the one who perverted the original terms for his own benefit, the one who holds the current fraudulent lease on this cycle of torment? Astaroth was silent for a long moment, his crimson eyes seeming to pierce through me, weighing, considering. The air in room 313 crackled with an almost unbearable tension. Then his mental voice, cool and appraising. An audacious interpretation, Night Clerk, to invoke the covenant of the first betrayal against the betrayer himself. The irony has a certain piquant flavor. The original pact does indeed allow for the forfeiture of a prior claim if a subsequent claim, demonstrably more resonant with the core tenets of balance, is presented, and your claim against the intermediary, who has so diligently subcontracted misery, it has merit. Grange looked horrified. Baron, no, our understandings. Intermediary. Astaroth's voice cut him off, cold as the grave, like mortal lives, are subject to revision. The game, it seems, has an unexpected new player, or perhaps an old player with a new script. He looked at me. The choice, Caleb Dorn, as always, is yours. Write your final note. Conclude this cycle, as you have so many times before, or rewrite the ledger. But be warned, redirecting such a substantial debt carries its own unique closing costs. The room seemed to spin. I had a choice, a real one this time, but the implication was terrifying. If I chose to redirect the burden, what would that make me? And what were Astaroth's closing costs? The silence in room 313 was a living thing, thick with the weight of unspoken damnations and desperate possibilities. Wesley Grange was pale, his composure utterly shattered, his unblinking eyes, for the first time, darting around the room as if seeking an escape he knew didn't exist. Baron Astaroth waited, his crimson gaze holding a mixture of ancient amusement and genuine, analytical curiosity. He was enjoying this novel twist in his ages-old game. My hand, the one that had so many times been forced to write my own death warrant, was steady now. The iron token felt cool, no longer burning, its mundane solidity a strange comfort. I looked at Grange, at this man who had built his own precarious salvation on the recurring torment of others, myself included. There was no satisfaction in his fear, only a grim, weary understanding of the infernal mathematics at play. "The closing costs, Baron?" I asked, my voice quiet. Astaroth's mental voice was smooth as oiled silk. A debt of this magnitude redirected so decisively, it creates a vacuum, Night Clerk, a void in the ledger. Nature, and the entities that draft its truest laws, abhor such an imbalance. Something or someone must assume the vacant column, not the cycle of torment, no. That is Grange's unique prescription. But the role of intermediary, the Ashvale Grand requires a manager. Its particular clientele have needs that must be facilitated. My blood ran cold. He was offering me Grange's gilded cage, an escape from my own personal hell, only to become the administrator of a larger one. "So I either die again," I said slowly, "or I become him." I gestured towards the trembling Grange. "Precisely," Astaroth affirmed. "A rather elegant, if somewhat recursive solution, wouldn't you agree?" The game continues. Only the players and their roles are revised. I looked at Grange, truly looked at him. At the decades of fear and compromise etched into his face, now starkly visible without his mask of calm authority. He had made his choice long ago, and now it was my turn. I could write the note. I could succumb. Perhaps the next Caleb Dorn, in another 3 months, or a year, or a decade, would find himself in this same room, facing this same choice. Or perhaps not. Or I could take the deal. Become the new Wesley Grange. Manage the Ashvale. Ensure the smooth torment of future night clerks. Would I be strong enough to resist the corruption? Could I find a way to subtly sabotage the game from within? To give others a fighting chance I never had? Or would I too eventually succumb to the insidious comforts of power, the quiet damnation of complicity? The iron token felt heavy in my palm. Iron. A ward. A symbol of human industry, of mundane reality. "There is a third option, Baron," I said, my voice surprisingly firm. "My own claws." Astaroth's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed. Do enlighten me, Night Clerk." "I find your creativity refreshing. This hotel," I said, "this crucible. It feeds on despair, on broken wills. It requires a human element, a human intermediary, to prime the subjects, to maintain the illusion of choice." I looked at Grange, then back at Astaroth. What if there is no intermediary? What if the manager simply checks out and takes the keys with him? Grange gasped. Astaroth was silent for a long moment, his mental presence a palpable, considering weight. "An interesting gambit, Caleb Dorn," he finally whispered. "To leave the machinery untended, to remove the human catalyst. The Ashvale would adapt, of course. Its nature is persistent, but the current operational model would indeed be significantly disrupted. The quality of the vintage would undoubtedly suffer. A hint of something akin to disappointment, perhaps even loss, tinged his tone. But the ledger demands balance. A forfeiture of the intermediary's claim requires a significant offering, his accumulated debt of service. It does not simply vanish. Then let him pay it himself, I said, looking directly at Grange. Not by dying, but by living, living with the knowledge of every cycle he orchestrated, every soul he fed into this machine. Let that be his eternity. Remove his power, Baron. Remove his protection. Leave him, merely human, amidst the echoes of what he created. Let him be a permanent, powerless resident of his own hell. Grange let out a strangled cry. Astaroth considered this, the silence stretching. Then, a slow, dry, rustling chuckle echoed in my mind. The irony. It is exquisite. To be haunted not by demons, but by the totality of one's own petty human betrayals. A fitting penance. The most creative recalibration. He made a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture with one long pale hand. So let it be written. The intermediary's contract is revised. His service is now of a different, more introspective nature. Wesley Grange slumped against the wall. A broken man, the carefully constructed edifice of his authority crumbling into dust. The unblinking confidence was gone, replaced by a dawning, naked terror. He was no longer the manager. He was just another lost soul, trapped within the Ashvale's haunted walls, with only his guilt and the whispering memories for company. Astaroth turned his crimson gaze back to me. And you, Caleb Dorn, your own cycle. It is, for now, suspended. The ledger awaits a new entry at the head of the column. Or you could simply walk away. The choice, as it always truly is, despite the stagecraft, is yours. The oppressive atmosphere in room 313 seemed to lift slightly. The choice. I could stay. I could try to change things. To fight from within. To become something Grange never was. A warden who sought to free the prisoners. Or I could leave, take my chances in the mundane world. Forever looking over my shoulder. Forever wondering if the Ashvale, or places like it, would find me again. I looked at the iron token in my hand. Then, I placed it carefully on Baron Astaroth's ornate obsidian desk. A small human offering. A down payment, perhaps, on a different kind of future. I'm checking out, Baron, I said, permanently. His mental chuckle was the last thing I heard as I turned and walked out of room 313. Out of the third floor corridor, down the creaking back stairs, through the silent sulfur-tinged lobby, and out the heavy oak doors of the Ashvale Grand Hotel. I didn't look back. The Oregon dawn was breaking, cold and gray. Over the Cascade Peaks, the air had never smelled so clean. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know if I was truly free, or if some invisible thread still connected me to that place, to Astaroth, to the cycles. But as I walked away from the Asheville Grand, I knew one thing. I had not written my suicide note today. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity of lifetimes, that felt like a victory. The game might not be over, but at least for this Caleb Dorn, this particular performance had reached its unexpected, and perhaps only temporary, end.